Hi, Karen. How are you? Cool. I don't have audio. Oh,
Hello, Rich. I'm
there you are.
well. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thanks. Getting some good proposals in.
Rich, I'm well. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Oh, that's a cool echo. There's a big lag on that.
Call with me if you want to talk with him. Sorry about that, Rich. Call with me if you want
No worries.
to. I'm not sure why it's doing that now. Sorry about that, Rich. I'm not sure why it's doing that.
Aaron, the live stream worked. You have to X out of YouTube.
Sorry about that, Rich. I'm not sure why it's doing that. The live stream worked. You have to X out of YouTube. Okay, how is that, Monica?
Testing. There we
Okay.
go, Karen. That's
Sounds
better.
good. Thanks for helping us troubleshoot that, Rich.
Glad I could help. That's one thing I can do is find problems.
Well, you helped us figure that out because we couldn't get the YouTube live stream to work earlier this morning, and now it's working. So, evaluators are on a break, but they'll be back a couple minutes before 10:15 so we can get you started on time. So where is the picture behind you, Rich? Where was that taken at?
That's in Douglas County. It's kind of in the Douglas Creek area, but maybe a little bit lesser known area called Duffy Creek. It's a BLM property.
Very nice.
Probably should have put the Beasley Hills in the background, actually, but it looks a lot like it. So.
It's okay. We're going to be sharing your presentation anyway. So,
Right.
okay. So I will be right back, Rich. We'll wait just one more minute, Rich, give evaluators, make sure they're all back.
Okay.
And we'll get just started on time. And we'll go ahead and hand controls over to you, Rich. If you want to move your cursor around, I'll let you know when it shows up on my end.
Okay.
Sometimes you have to click or double click. There we go. I
Oh.
can see it. So go ahead and try to advance forward. We'll make sure that it's working for you. There we go.
Okay.
Okay, I'll hand it over to you, Rich. Good luck.
All right. Thank you. Morning, everyone. My name is Rich Finger, Lands Operations Manager with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm here to present the Beasley Hills Acquisition Project. First, I'll just start with some acronym housekeeping. So I'm going to refer to the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife as DFW and Species of Greatest Conservation Need as SGCN. The Beasley Hills project involves the acquisition of 640 acres of shrub steppe habitat in west central Grant County. This is about 6 miles north of the town of Quincy, as shown here in the center of this map. This acquisition includes 16 40-acre parcels bordered on 2 sides by Nature Conservancy lands, which are also being acquired by DFW. The proposed 640-acre acquisition has been approved through DFW's Lands 2020 vetting process, which involves broad internal review as well as tribal, public, and stakeholder outreach. The proposal supports shrub steppe conservation values of the Grant County Voluntary Stewardship Plan. And as mentioned previously, this project is part of a larger acquisition, the Beasley Hills Preserve, through donation from the Nature Conservancy. This would bring about 9,700 acres of the Beasley Hills into WFW ownership and a permanent protected status. At this time, we do not anticipate additional phases of this project. The proposed acquisition properties have played a critical role in the recovery of the distinct population segment of the Columbia Basin pygmy rabbit. The population of the pygmy rabbit in Washington is extremely small, and it relies on reintroduction efforts to establish self-sustaining populations. The increasing threat of wildfire presents an urgency to protect remaining intact shrub steppe habitats, particularly where they support threatened and endangered species. And this project serves at a landscape scale by protecting habitat of greatest conservation need for shrub steppe species such as pygmy rabbit, greater sage grouse, and Washington ground squirrel. Much of the proposed acquisition is a core area of the Washington ground squirrel, and it provides a hub which connects to 4 other core areas occurring to the north and to the east of this acquisition. The proposed acquisition contributes to broader conservation priorities documented within the plans seen here. In regard to the Columbia Basin Pygmy Rabbit Reintroduction and Genetic Management Plan, the proposed acquisition and donated properties will help facilitate pygmy rabbit recovery by providing areas for continued translocations, population and genetic monitoring, and critical habitat that will be protected in perpetuity. And as identified in the Greater Sage Grouse Recovery Plan, sage grouse recovery will occur through shrub steppe habitat protection measures implemented by DFW, such as contracting fire suppression with the local fire protection district, implementing post-fire restoration when needed, and eliminating the possibility of habitat loss through development. Washington's comprehensive wildlife conservation strategy and state wildlife action plan identifies 193 species of greatest conservation need, or SGCN, within the state as the driving force behind this conservation strategy. 12 SGCN occur within the boundaries or use the area around this proposed acquisition. And the acquisition helps keep common species common by protecting remnant shrub steppe habitat from further loss or degradation. State Acres for Wildlife Enhancement, or SAFE, is a voluntary program providing technical and financial assistance to landowners and operators to address priority resource concerns. The presence of our focal species, such as pygmy rabbit and sage grouse, gives safe applicants special consideration when contributing to habitat availability and connectivity to nearby areas. The Washington Shrub Steppe Restoration and Resiliency Initiative seeks to address wildlife habitat protection and restoration challenges while also supporting working lands and communities in the face of wildland fire. Wildland fire preparedness, response, and recovery are important components of this effort, which complements resources available to DFW through a good neighbor authority agreement with the BLM. This allows DFW and the BLM to work together across administrative boundaries for a rapid response to wildfire impacts. The Arid Lands Initiative has identified this area as a core priority area and categorizes shrub steppe and dry grasslands as a biological priority. Greater sage grouse, pygmy rabbit, and Washington ground squirrel, which occur on or adjacent to this proposed acquisition, are a priority interest to multiple ALI partners. The Washington Connected Landscape Project estimates that the area of the proposed acquisition provides connectivity for 6 to 9 of the 11 focal species modeled. Animals move across landscapes to find food and other resources, migrate between seasonal habitats, find mates, shift to new habitats in response to environmental changes. And this acquisition plays a critical role in preserving that connectivity. Shrub steppe habitat, shown in brown, is among the most imperiled ecosystems in North America. In eastern Washington, it has been reduced by more than 60% since the pre-European settlement, with corresponding declines in populations of shrub steppe obligates that depend on this habitat for survival. Though conversion for agricultural purposes has slowed dramatically, new pressures from alternative energy development and recreational ranchette-style development have emerged. And these new threats bring direct habitat loss and continued fragmentation of habitats. One element occurrence occurs within Department of Natural Resources Natural Heritage Program. And this is the snowball cactus, which is apparently secure globally, but it's imperiled at the state level. Since most shrub steppe in Washington has been lost, many shrub steppe associated species occur on the SGCN list. These species all have significant potential to benefit from this acquisition. Pygmy rabbits, a federally endangered species, occurs throughout the properties of this proposed acquisition. Additionally, there are 2 state threatened species that occurred or have occurred on the properties, as well as 4 state candidate species. This acquisition protects Columbia Plateau steppe and grasslands and Intermountain Basin's big sagebrush steppe, which are imperiled ecological systems. The area is recovering from the Sutherland fire of 2017 with some help from DFW private land staff. Several years ago, DFW broadcast sagebrush seed and planted sagebrush plugs on the proposed acquisition area, with additional planting planned for this fall. Biologists are reporting seeing natural recruitment and survival of plugs, but the shrubs are still under 1 foot tall, and it's going to take a few more years before they start to peak above the grass. Landscape integrity, modeled by the Washington Wildlife Habitat Connectivity Working Group, identifies the best available areas to maintain connectivity for animal movement and ecological processes. The proposed acquisition consists of habitat in the best 30% and sits between 2 large core areas, demonstrating the importance of this section to animal movements and genetic flow between the Beasley Hills and the Palisades populations. The priority habitats and species on the web report list species likely to occur within the acquisition area. I'm going to go out on a limb and tell you that there is neither riverine habitat nor rainbow trout, but the remaining PHS occurrences are sound. The habitat type that dominates this site is shrub steppe, and this is one of the most imperiled habitat types within the state. Some of our most vulnerable shrub steppe obligates could be just 1 or 2 Pearl Hill fires away from extinction in Washington state. So the best way to combat that risk is to have multiple large-scale, contiguous, and intact blocks of shrub steppe habitat to ensure that there's a viable source population from which to base future recovery efforts. The proposed acquisition supports a complex and diverse food web. Take, for example, pygmy rabbits and Washington ground squirrels, which feed predators, but they also turn over the soil. They cycle nutrients and aid in water percolation through the soils. The burrows of pygmy rabbits and ground squirrels may be used by spadefoot toads or tiger salamanders as they're traveling between stock troughs or natural water sources. Diverse wildflowers such as yarrow, wild onion, balsam root, biscuit root, they attract pollinators, which feed young sage grouse or sagebrush lizards, and rodents that are drawn to seeds produced by native perennial grasses and forbs. They're consumed by northern harrier or northern shrike, prairie falcon, or badger. The population of Columbia Basin pygmy rabbit in Washington is extremely small and is designated as a distinct population segment for protection under the U.S. Endangered Species Act. The Columbia Basin pygmy rabbit population is geographically and genetically distinct from the remainder of the taxon. This population segment is significant due to the ecological setting of geology, climate, soils, and vegetation community in which it occurs. Museum specimen records and reliable site records show the pygmy rabbits once occurred through sagebrush habitat in Benton, Adams, Grant, Lincoln, and Douglas counties. Paleontological evidence suggests that the species prehistorically had a broader distribution that includes Franklin, Kittitas, Chelan, Yakima, and Whitman counties. But as of 2021, pygmy rabbits are known to occur only in 2 small areas in the Columbia Basin. One population occurs in the Sagebrush Flats area of southern Douglas County, and the second is within the Beasley Hills of northern Grant County. A third population was in the process of being established near Jameson Lake in central Douglas County, but it was lost due to the Pearl Hill fire of 2020. Rangelands like those that occur within this proposed acquisition support some of the highest diversity of bee species, as well as many butterflies, moths, and other pollinators. An estimated 40% of invertebrate pollinator species may be at risk of worldwide extinction due to stressors such as habitat loss. The site has early blooming lupin, mid-season blooming penstemon, and fleabanes, and late blooming rabbitbrush, which provide habitat for SGCN bumblebees and other pollinator species throughout the season. The most significant threats to habitat in this area include alternative energy development and transmission lines, ranchettes, and other forms of development, growing frequency and intensity of wildfires, and invasive plant species. Development of the surrounding land has the potential to reduce connectivity to nearby wildlife populations, and that can reduce genetic diversity for our listed species. The seller is a longtime partner of WWRP and our conservation efforts. In fact, he initially purchased the property specifically to protect pygmy rabbits and Washington ground squirrels. He wishes to continue his conservation legacy. He's not local. He's unable to care for the lands himself. So a conservation easement is really not a good fit for this situation. The proposed acquisition consists entirely of 2 habitats of greatest conservation need. And these are Columbia Plateau, steppe and grassland, which is circled in red here, and Intermountain Basin's big sagebrush steppe, which is 2 lines down, not circled. Sorry about that. And it supports 12 SGCN. Though much of the landscape burned during the Sutherland Fire in 2017, post-fire restoration efforts between the BLM and TNC treated hundreds of acres with pre-emergent herbicides to suppress cheatgrass. And recently, DFW has entered into a Good Neighbor Authority agreement with the BLM, and that allows the 2 agencies to work in partnership cross-jurisdictionally to quickly rehabilitate areas impacted by wildfire. This GNA agreement has been in place for less than a year, and it's already resulted in hundreds of acres of treatment within 3 counties. DFW is renewing its effort to conduct ecological integrity monitoring in coordination with DNR and state parks. The ecological assessment objectives relating to this acquisition include assessment of ecological integrity on a fixed objective scale, determination of and support for conservation priorities, and improved management decisions. The Proposed acquisition is a critical property for conservation of federally endangered Columbia Basin pygmy rabbit. The map here shows past partnership efforts between one private landowner, DFW, and the Nature Conservancy. And since 2011, over 2,000 pygmy rabbits have been released in the state. And releases have occurred at the Sagebrush Flat Wildlife Area, Chester Butte Wildlife Area in Douglas County, and the Beasley Hills of Grant County. We have documented movements of pygmy rabbits from Sagebrush Flats into Beasley Hills, and the Beasley Hills reintroduction efforts have been demonstrating success since 2018, with the wild population beginning to thrive in 2021. Reintroductions have been due to collaborative efforts between DFW, Washington State University, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Oregon Zoo, Northwest Trek, the Nature Conservancy, and Conservation Northwest. And DFW has dedicated operations and maintenance funding from the legislature called 9B that we've been using since 2018 to address needs on newly acquired lands. Estimated operations and maintenance costs have come in around $95 an acre for similar habitats. Based on recent successes, we're optimistic that we'd receive this level of support here. Though there are no plans to graze this property currently, these lands could be used as an emergency pasture in the event of future wildfire. DFW is the only public land agency in the state that provides this opportunity. The opportunity helps balance grazing pressures more broadly to allow burn pastures to recover adequately before putting animals back on that landscape. So this is expected to improve stewardship at a landscape level, support the local needs of communities during a hardship, and to help establish strong partnerships and community trust. It's because of these strong partnerships, the community support, and the science-based reintroduction efforts that we continue to have pygmy rabbits on the landscape. DFW will not make any management decisions, including grazing, that could jeopardize those successes. Pygmy rabbit recovery has received a lot of support and attention over the years, and this proposed acquisition is expected to be widely supported by the public. Conservation organizations such as Nature Conservancy and Conservation Northwest have long been supporters of DFW's recovery efforts for Columbia Basin pygmy rabbits. TV host Jeff Corman and Governor Inslee have visited the recovery project to learn more and provide support. And the support from Nature Conservancy, who's donating their 9,000 acres to DFW, shows a tremendous amount of trust in our ability to steward these lands. The proposed acquisition is not well suited for agricultural uses such as farming or grazing due to inappropriate soils, topography, and limited water. And this makes public ownership a logical choice here. Pygmy rabbit recovery efforts have presented numerous opportunities for public outreach events at the Sagebrush Flats Wildlife Area. This proposed acquisition is very accessible from a county road, and it would provide an additional location closer to local schools. The Pygmy Rabbit Project hosts 3 to 5 events per year at Sagebrush Flats, including schools, partners, NGOs, and media. And if acquired, it's very likely that future events would include the Beasley Hills. This project received letters of support from Pheasants Forever, Augusta Winds LLC, which is an adjacent farming operation with several neighboring parcels, and TREAD, which is a local advocacy group for outdoor recreation. The proposed acquisition property is currently enrolled in DFW's Hunt by Written Permission Private Lands Access Program. Hunting would continue to be a valuable use of this property. And additionally, the public could access the property for hiking, wildflower and wildlife viewing, bird watching, or whatever recreational activity that they like to do. Motorized vehicle use, however, will be prohibited. The proposed acquisition will prioritize pygmy rabbit recovery and conservation of shrub steppe obligate species, as well as educational and scientific opportunities relating to shrub steppe conservation. And in closing, I'd like to thank the panel for your attention to the project, and I'd be happy to take any questions now.
Great, thank you very much, Rich, for that presentation. Nicely done. Any questions for Rich? Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, Rich.
Hey, good to
Can
see
you
you.
go back? Good to see you. Thanks. Good presentation. Can you go back to slide 27?
I can go ahead and do that, Rich. I went ahead and took controls back over.
Okay.
There we go.
So the yellow says pygmy rabbit reintroduction. And so I'm seeing that the parcel to be acquired was used were rabbits reintroduced to that parcel, and what was the thoughts about selecting that parcel for reintroduction?
I can't speak specifically to that. My assumption would be that it's based on historical presence of the species there. Like I said, the landowner's been a long time advocate for pygmy rabbits and Washington ground squirrels both, purchased the property just specifically for that reason, to help protect the species. And so it's been probably through the safe harbor agreement. We worked with them and were able to do the reintroductions there. But yeah, that's the driving force behind that, is quality habitat, a willing landowner, and the tools to be able to do the work.
Okay, and so the whole property, including the BC Southern Large, is that currently being used by pygmy rabbits or just the northern part?
Oh, so you're talking about the pink boundary of the TNC to the south?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't speak to the distribution of pygmy rabbits on that landscape.
Okay.
So yeah, I apologize. I believe they do occur to the south, but I'm, not quite sure how much effort we've gotten out in there to do surveys. So I think the focus area is definitely on that northern part, the northern half.
And you said there's habitat is recovering after the fire. Is the quality of the habitat, were the cheatgrass treatment successful? Is the quality of the habitat good? Still good?
Yeah, that's my understanding from talking with the private lands biologist, is it's looking pretty good out there. They are planning on doing a little bit of spot weed control, which, that suggests to me that it's very manageable. We have seen great success in Grant County with the pre-emergent applications for keeping cheatgrass at bay and allowing the native perennial species to fill in before cheatgrass kind of regains that foothold, so to speak.
Okay. Thanks, Rich.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Go ahead, Heather.
Hi, just on the sheet grass question, how big of an area is currently is the sheetgrass currently occupying? And have there been any negative effects on pollinators from the treatment of a cheatgrass in the area?
Well, I can't really speak to, cheatgrass is everywhere, right? And it's, even with these efforts, there's always going to be some cheatgrass on the landscape, but I think it does a very good job of reducing it to a biomass that is a lot less likely to carry a fire. As far as the impacts to pollinator species using the pre-emergent chemicals, I would say the impact would be possibly more of an indirect one, in that the pre-emergent, basically that just stops seeds from germinating. So that affects all species, not just cheatgrass, right? So if there are, annual forbs will be impacted by that. I think generally, we're well supported by, like, the species that I listed. They are perennial forbs, and I think we have, a lot of more perennial forbs on that landscape. Most of the annual forbs are weeds. So I think, I can't really tell you definitively whether there's an impact or not. But I can tell you, I think the protecting that area from that cheatgrass fire cycle is well worth it, even if there are some impacts to pollinator plant species, temporary impacts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Any other questions for Rich?
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. You mentioned that the landowner has already been interested in the conservation of the land parcel. What happens if you do not get the funding to buy it? Would the land parcel still be protected by the landowner by default?
Well, so the landowner has approached Nature Conservancy to see if they would take a donation, and they actually turned it down. TNC is trying to sort of divest in their interest there and focus on other areas, which is why we got into this partnership with them to take it on, which then makes it more attractive to acquire this property from the landowner. I think the landowner's out of options. So if this doesn't work out, I don't think he's going to be able to find a conservation organization to take ownership of it. So I think the likelihood is that becomes ranchettes or energy development.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Nisha. Any additional questions for Rich? Go ahead, Joe.
Hi, Rich. Thanks for the presentation. Going back to the cheatgrass issue, one of the ways that cheatgrass stays out is that intact soil crust and shrub steppe, and anytime that gets disrupted, boom, like you said, cheatgrass is everywhere and it'll pop up. So I'm curious, kind of with that understanding, and you mentioned the possibility of using the area for emergency livestock grazing, and so I guess I'm just curious the likelihood and or frequency in which that may be used, because I could see that potentially allowing for the establishment or proliferation of cheatgrass.
Yeah, thanks for that question. That's a really important point. So I guess what I would say to that is the only reason that we would do that is if we felt somehow it was going to benefit pygmy rabbits and the habitat at large. We have opportunities just to the south on the Columbia Basin Wildlife Area that make a lot more sense. And we're actually working with the e-collars, like the virtual fencing in that area now. So that the intent of that is to provide greater opportunity to graze some more appropriate habitats in that area. So I would say the likelihood is extremely low, but it'll be science driven. If there's some science that suggests grazing is going to make this habitat better, then we would probably try to position ourselves to adapt during the next fire to do it. But I don't expect that's going to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any more? Looks like John. Go ahead, John.
I don't have a question. I have a compliment. I really appreciated your coverage, particularly of question 2, species and communities with special status, and in particular, the way you approached the ecological roles question. That was a stellar job. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you for that, John. Okay, any additional questions for Rich? Okay, looks like that's it. And looks like we'll see you this afternoon, Rich.
Great. Thanks so much. Take care, everyone.
Thanks for the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, and next we have another Department of Fish and Wildlife project, Hofstadt Hills 2024. We have Darren Oswald with us.
Yeah, good morning, Karen.
Good morning, Darren. Okay, I will go ahead and hand controls over to you, Darren. Go ahead and move your cursor around a little bit. I'll let you know when it shows up on the screen. You may need to click or double click. Does it? There we go. I can see it now. So
okay.
You can, make sure you can advance your slides. Okay, we're looking good. Okay, it's all yours.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm Darren Hoswald. I'm the Regional Assistant Wildlife Program Manager here in Southwest Washington. And I'll be talking about Hofstadt Hills acquisition this morning. So this proposed Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife project is for a phased acquisition of up to 7,500 acres adjacent to SR 504 and the Mudfloat and Hofstadt units of the Mount St. Helens wildlife area. We envision the first phase being the westernmost portion of the target area in order to secure legal access for both Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and the public to the Mudfloat and the Hofstadt units and to protect the area from residential developments. The primary focus of this acquisition project is to protect and enhance elk winter range habitat in the most critical winter range area for the Mount St. Helens elk herd, protect aquatic habitats for endangered salmonins in the upper North Fork Toutle River watershed, conserve areas for amphibians, and create suitable habitats for the northern spotted owl, which have been observed within the project area. This is a high-profile topic, and we have been hearing unsolicited support for local constituents for this acquisition. The project area is in the northeast corner of Cowlitz County, inside the blast zone in the 1980 eruption of Mount St. Helens. The acquisition area is 23 miles east of the I-5 corridor towards Mount St. Helens, adjacent to 504, or better known as the Spirit Lake Highway. The dark green shown here is the current WWRP ownership of the Mudfloat and Hofstadt units in the Mount St. Helens wildlife area. The light green is DNR and other public lands combined, with DNR being directly to the south of the WDFW units and the U.S. Forest Service to the east. With private timberlands to the north and south of the target area, this project covered about 10.5 miles in length from east to west. This map shows an overview of the project area with adjoining DNR land to the south and the Mount St. Helens National Volcanic Monument to the east. With this project, WDFW intends to purchase the first priority of 197 acres on the far west end of the property, currently for sale and marked as residential development. With the remaining funds, WDFW will then move east from this portion in phases. WDFW currently does not have legal access through this property, essentially landlocking WDFW and the public from reaching the Hofstadt units of the Mount St. Helens wildlife area. And then just to give a brief overview of our adjoining lands here, we have DNR to the south, U.S. Forest Service to the east, the current WDFW property on the valley floor, acquisition area to the north, and then the remaining properties of private timberlands, both to the north and to the south. And then once again, the acquisition area is about 10.5 miles in length. And here's another perspective of the project area from the debris plain looking east. So Mount St. Helens is roughly 14 miles in the distance. The debris plain is composed of highly erodible ash, sand, gravel, and rock, making the valley floor very nutrient poor and unstable, thus lacking riparian cover and buffers. So once again, we have DNR to the south, Forest Service to the east and upstream of the acquisition area, WDFW property on the valley floor, and then the Hofstadt Hills here on the north side of the valley. May 18th, 1980 is a day that most Northwesterners will remember as when Mount St. Helens erupted and destroyed a landscape. However, from the destruction, there was a formation of new habitats and the return of fish and wildlife. Many of these new habitats provided forage that helped species recover and thrive. Elk were one of these species that took full advantage of the new landscape and resources, quickly reaching the area's carrying capacity in the late 1990s and early 2000s. Just as elk were reaching this critical point, the habitat that they relied on began to change and diminish. Soon after the eruption, much of the commercial forest properties were replanted with trees, and other areas began to become reforested naturally. As the trees matured, the area produced less and less forage until the canopy completely closed in, shading the forest floor, restricting production of elk forage. Areas that were once prime forage sites became desolate of good forage. This acquisition aims to reverse that trend, not only to provide additional to protect critical elk habitat, but also for numerous other species that rely on historic and currently rare forest habitats in the area. When the mountain erupted, it also sent millions of tons of mud and ash into the North Fork Tula River, impacting aquatic habitats such as species like salmon. Pre-eruption, the river sustained tens of thousands of salmon annually. Due to the loss of access, loss of habitat, and the high sediment loads that suffocate eggs and juvenile fish, the iconic salmon that used to thrive in the thousands now only number a few hundred in the blast zone. The streams within the acquisition area are a stronghold for the recovery of salmon in the upper North Fork Tula River with their clear water and intact riparian. The area is inhabited or is available habitat for 13 species, 3 fish species, and 7 habitat types, and 1 plant species with special status, along with numerous other species. Several supporting management plans outline the conservation of many priority species and habitats that occur in this area. Examples include 21st Century Salmon and Steelhead Plan, Elk Herd Plan, Wildlife Area Plan, Wolf Conservation and Management Plan, and the Game Management Plan are a few that cover this area. This project, along with the entire Mount St. Helens Wildlife Area, will complement Cowlitz County's proposed Toutle River Community Forest Trust by sharing common values and protecting habitat for multiple species and preserving clean air and water while enhancing non-motorized public access for wildlife viewing, hiking, horseback riding, hunting, and other recreational activities. The area has significant and has historical and recreational value to the local community, fostering strong community support for this acquisition. Here's a map showing the core of the Mount St. Helens elk herd. You can see the distribution and concentration of elk from aerial surveys of observed elk in the vicinity. Essentially, the larger the blue dot in or area, the larger the number of elk per group. The largest concentration of elk are in the North Fork Toutle River Basin, and this area is especially important for wintering habitat. So zooming in on the North Fork Toutle River Basin, you can see the largest concentration of a wintering elk in the Mount St. Helens elk herd. The area outlined in yellow is the acquisition area and the current WDFW wildlife area units combined. As you can see, many of the elk that winter in this vicinity use the acquisition area and the neighboring Forest Service lands to the east. The Bear Creek watershed is one of 2 streams on site that support spawning and rearing of winter steelhead and coho. This acquisition provides a unique opportunity to protect the entire watershed of Bear Creek, which includes roughly 30 miles of seasonal and year-round streams. Bear and Hofstadt Creeks have an average wild spawning population of 200 winter steelhead and 100 coho. These are 2 of only 3 streams in the upper North Fork Toutle River Basin that supports spawning salmonids. These populations are essential for the recovery of salmon in the upper North Fork Toutle River, and without these streams being protected, their aquatic habitats could suffer. This acquisition would secure public access and WDFW access to the adjoining wildlife areas and support the wildlife area and elk herd plans. It would also connect winter and summer elk ranges to securing connectivity of public lands and preserve ecosystem functions in the area. The Hofstadt Hills area is suitable habitat for 13 wildlife species with special status, including 4 priority game species, 8 sensitive or species of concern, 2 federally threatened or state endangered species, with elk being the priority wildlife species for this acquisition. The species include elk, deer, wolf, spotted owl, sooty grouse, turkey vulture, pileated woodpecker, golden and bald eagles, western toad, tailed frog, cascade torrent salamander, and large mountain salamander. The area also has 3 fish species with special status, including 2 that are federally threatened. These species are coastal cutthroat trout, winter steelhead, and coho. Although Chinook are not currently in the upper North Fork Toutle watershed, reintroductions are being planned, and the streams within the project area will help establish spawning and rearing habitat for Chinook into the future. There are also several habitat types with PHS status. These include conifer and deciduous mixed forests, freshwater wetlands, riparian, in-stream, talus, cliffs, and caves. There is a good mix of diversity on the site, with elevations ranging from 1,000 to over 4,000 feet, providing year-round habitat for elk and other wildlife species, as well as in-stream habitat for ESA-listed stocks. The area has a functioning early seral ecosystem with a mix of conifer and deciduous trees, cliffs, talus, and 35 miles of small streams, providing habitat for a diverse array of fish and wildlife. Lower elevation habitats consist of mixed deciduous trees and Douglas fir, including red alder, black cottonwood, big leaf, and vine maple, and lower gradient streams where salmon spawning and rearing occurs. Some of these areas in the lower elevations have been commercially harvested in the past decade. These open and younger age tree stands provide some of the best forage for deer, elk, and pollinators in the area. The upper elevations consist mostly of noble fir with small pockets of red alder, cliffs, talus slopes, small openings, and smaller steep gradient streams that are tributaries to the salmon-bearing streams in the lower elevations. Protection of these smaller streams improves water quality and helps lower water temperatures for fish production and rearing. These streams also provide habitat for amphibians such as salamanders and frogs in the area. Commercial timber harvest will occur, and residential development will also continue, or will occur, if the property is not acquired. If these activities occur, they will impact several endemic amphibian species, spawning and rearing grounds for coho, winter steelhead, and coastal cutthroat trout. They will also impact critical habitat for wintering elk and impact water quality along 35 miles stream and public access into the area. This acquisition and surrounding area supports the largest concentration of overwintering elk in the Mount St. Helens elk herd. Securing this property will improve elk habitat, increase the carrying capacity of the area, and the overall condition of the elk. Offset and Bear Creeks are 2 of only 3 streams in the upper North Fork Toutle River Basin that support spawning and rearing salmonids. This acquisition would protect all of Bear Creek watershed and the majority of the spawning habitat in Hofstadt Creek. Both creeks were severely impacted by the eruption of Mount St. Helens and are still recovering from the impacts 44 years later. Each stream is essential to the recovery of salmon in the upper North Fork Toutle River. Offset Hills currently provides habitat as an early seral forest for a multitude of priority species. The area is also used by species that rely on old growth forests, such as the northern spotted owl. The site also contains 35 miles of streams and associated riparian habitats for ESA listed fish. The North Fork Toutle River steelhead and coho are considered evolutionary significant units, and Bear and Hofstadt Creeks are critical to the recovery of salmonids in the river. An RCO grant to restore the riparian habitat along Bear Creek was accomplished in 2016 to enhance both fish and wildlife habitat on the mudflow unit. Northern spotted owls have been observed on the site, and protection of this property will help increase their habitat. Spotted owls have also been observed adjacent to the site in the past as well. A number of amphibians also reside on the area, including large mountain salamanders and western toads. And wetlands and streams will also be protected for these species as well through this acquisition. Many of the open habitats and younger tree stand sites contain wildflowers such as fireweed, Indian paintbrush, lupin, and other flowering plants, which support native bees, butterflies, and hummingbirds in the area. The threat to this project site is real. The site is projected to be commercially harvested for timber over the next several years, and the current landowner is in the process of restoring roads in order to access and haul timber off of the acquisition area. A couple of units have already been harvested, and others will soon follow if the property is not acquired. There is also the threat of residential development. Zoning in this area allows properties to be divided in as little as 5-acre parcels. If development happens, private ownership would limit public access in the area, as well as access to the existing mudflow and Hofstad units of the wildlife area. A conservation easement is not being considered, as the cost of the easement would be similar to that of fee title price, and WDFW would not have full access to all of the property rights. This would limit our ability to effectively manage the area for critical fish and wildlife habitat. With appropriate management, goals of sustaining and enhancing the area and ecosystems for numerous species would be feasible. Altering current commercial forest management strategies and focusing on historic ecosystems will lead to late successional habitats, which benefit the recovery of many fish and wildlife species. Instead of an average age forest structure, the area would be managed for multiple forest types and structures from early seral to late successional and climatic species, creating diversity to benefit numerous fish and wildlife species at multiple life stages. Meadows and clearings will be enhanced or curated to provide diversity of habitat structure. And funding for these enhancement projects could come from the Forest Health Practice timber sales on adjacent WDFW lands and from longtime partners such as the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. This project leads to the protection of ecosystem connectivity and function and creates a more diverse habitat for greater plant and animal diversity on the landscape. WDFW would use forest health management as a tool to enhance and create fish and wildlife habitat with greater diversity and ecosystem functions that resemble historic natural forest systems. These habitats would include meadows, scrub shrub, uneven aged forest stands, and promote a diversity of appropriate habitat conditions for species to flourish. The area was once an old growth forest, and with a change in forest management, can be once again restoring diversity and critical habitat for several wildlife species that rely on older forests. Forest health techniques would include reducing tree densities and canopy cover while creating a historic forest type structure with greater plant diversity and animal diversity, with long-term goals of establishing a late successional forest for old growth dependent species like spotted owls and fishers. This acquisition will enhance connectivity to public and private lands in the region that will allow wildlife use through an ever-increasing fragmented landscape. The acquisition would also allow legal access onto existing public lands that are currently landlocked. Currently, WDFW only has an administrative easement onto a portion of the lands, and there are no public easements within the project area. If the property was sold to a private owner, WDFW and the public would lose access to thousands of acres of public land. The project area will be managed as part of the Mount St. Helens Wildlife Area with guidance from the Mount St. Helens Wildlife Area Plan and the Mount St. Helens Elk Herd Plan. WDFW would continue to closely work with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation on management, enhancement, and restoration of the area, as well as working with volunteers from the local community as we currently do on adjacent lands. We have a wonderful group of dedicated volunteers who consistently help us on projects. In the past years, volunteers have donated over 1,000 hours annually, helping out with projects in the mudflow unit. WDFW would continue to manage for elk habitat through habitat and forage enhancement activities such as plantings, weed control, and bank stabilization projects, to name a few. The area currently is not grazed by livestock, and no future cattle grazing would be allowed on this property. We have tremendous support from the public and local elected officials, with past letters of support, including letters from the Cowlitz County Commissioners, Cowlitz Tribe, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Toutle Lake Community Association and Schools, and then adjoining landowners, to name a few. There is no known opposition to this project. There are observation points as well as educational and outreach opportunities from an adjacent visitor center, which is operated through the partnerships by the Cowlitz County, Washington Department of Transportation, Weyerhaeuser, and the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. This visitor center is a popular stop along the travel route towards Mount St. Helens and provides an educational opportunity to learn about and see the landscape. The project area is also adjacent to Forest Service lands and the Mount St. Helens National Volcanic Monument. WDFW collaborates with the Forest Service on providing educational workshops and tours in the area as well. There is high public benefit in providing the historical context of the area before and after the eruption of Mount St. Helens. Information is shared on ecological systems, fish and wildlife biological characteristics, and wildlife viewing in this area at the visitor centers. WDFW also works with local community on trail improvements and other outdoor recreational activity. WDFW conducts elk research on the Mount St. Helens elk herd with the University of Alberta, the National Council for Air and Stream Improvements, and the Washington State University to address several management needs such as elk survival, habitat, and vegetation use and monitoring, and the effects of hoof disease on the Mount St. Helens elk herd. The property would be open to public access for hiking, wildlife viewing, horseback riding, mountain biking, and other recreational activities. The area would be all non-motorized public access to minimize impacts on resources. The area south of the Spirit Lake Highway would have a winter closure to protect elk during the months of December through April, and this restriction would be concurrent with the existing winter closure of the mudflow unit. Forest health projects would be implemented to enhance the forest stands and improve wildlife habitats for multiple species, creating a more diverse and historic landscape. Harvesting and overstocked tree stands and creating a more natural forest provides jobs and is supported by the local community and neighboring landowners. The property would be closed to non-motorized vehicles to minimize disturbance to wildlife and other user groups, as well as to protect habitats from off-road vehicles. Roads that are needed for management purposes would be brought up to forest practice standards, and roads no longer that serve a management purpose would be abandoned. The area would be maintained and enhanced as critical habitat for fish and wildlife species and support the benefit of historical uses such as hunting and forest management. This concludes my presentation of the Hofstadt Hills Unit project, and I look forward to questions and feedback.
Thank you very much, Darren. Great presentation. Any questions for Darren on this project? And Darren, I did go ahead and take controls back over, so if anybody needs any slides, I can go ahead and navigate to those. Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, I just had a quick question to clarify. I don't know if I wrote down the number of acres right when I was going through your big picture overview with 7,500 acres. So I'm trying to figure out what this parcel is. Is that where it's at, or is that a piece of it?
Yeah, so it's up to 7,500 acres
Yeah.
that we're looking to purchase.
Right.
Most of the property that we're looking to purchase would be like south of Highway 504. Some of those parcels cross the highway, and so we included that within the boundaries of this project as well. So,
Okay. Thank you.
yeah, and then the priority is definitely the westernmost piece of property to purchase up front.
Thank you, Pat. Go ahead, John.
Darren, thanks for the presentation. I have a question about the recreational use of the area. Are there any existing trails that access the bottomland there, or is there any plan or thought of developing any trail system?
Yeah, so currently there's not any official trail, I would say. And there's several roads that go through the area that come off the highway and go down to the valley floor that can be used as trails that folks use currently. And we have talked to folks within the county, within Cowlitz County, that want to develop a trail that kind of goes from kind of like the town of Toutle all the way up the river valley to the monument as well. So we feel that could be incorporated into the project to have like an official trail through there that instead kind of goes more east to west instead of just north and south from the highway to the valley floor. So.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, John. Go ahead, Lincoln, and then Heather.
Hi, Darren. Great presentation. Thanks a lot. I do have a question about just the overall scope of this with the 7,500 acres and the 6.5 million. Is that for all of that, or what's going on?
No, so it would be a phased acquisition approach. So basically, the ask is for 6.5 million now to see and kind of basically buy as much as we can, and then come back in additional years to purchase additional properties. So do we definitely know that 6.5 million will not purchase the 7,500 acres?
Do you have any idea of what the 6.5 million will get you?
The property that was for sale on the west end, we did appraise that here recently, and the 200 acres came at just over $1 million. So if we were just to take that million for 200 acres, so we're looking at, it's at 1,200 acres or so total, 1,300 acres, depending on what the timber value is on the rest of the properties. So somewhere between 1,000 to 1,500 acres, let's say, would be, and probably closer to 1,200, 1,300.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Lincoln. Go ahead, Heather.
Hi, thank you. Great presentation. Just a couple of management questions. You mentioned there'd be some thinning with the forest. I just wondered about working with the streams. How I assume you keep riparian buffers for the fish, and I know the Cascade torrent salamander and other amphibians are particularly vulnerable to sedimentation and the quality of the water. So I just wondered about the practices with that, and then also, has hunting been an effective tool in helping with control the spread of the hoof disease, or I just wanted to educate myself a little bit about that since it's such a big herd and
Sure.
you're not allowed hunting.
Sure. Yeah. I'll answer your first question on stream buffers. So, there's a minimum that DNR requires on stream buffers, and typically DFW expands on those buffers on most of our streams and our project areas. So if the minimum's 100, we might be 200 foot buffer on streams like that. So we would definitely stay out of those riparian areas and cause as least disturbance as possible in there, not have higher water temperatures or have sediment loads go into those streams as well. And then as far as hunting and hoof disease, we are trying to see if hunting is a good control method for stopping the spread or slowing the spread of hoof disease in areas, to where the last several hunting seasons we have an incentive program that actually incentivizes hunters that if they have an opportunity to harvest elk, that they would shoot the limping elk, and then that gives them an opportunity to be in a pool or a lottery to get a second elk tag to shoot a second elk that season. And I don't know if we can really say if that's helping stop the spread or not, but it's something that we're trying to see if it helps.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Heather. Okay, we are at 11:15, but if there's any remaining questions for Darren, we can certainly get those in. Okay, I am seeing none. Thank you very much for the presentation, Darren.
Sure. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, and that brings us to our second morning break. And we will be back at just before 11:30 to start with Fish and Wildlife's Weenass Watershed Miracle Mile project. So we'll see you back here in about 14 minutes. Okay, welcome back. My apologies, we are running a little bit behind. But we currently have, I'm hoping, Melinda Gray. Hello, Melinda.
Hi.
And welcome. Sorry for being a couple of minutes late, everybody. We have now the Weenass Watershed Miracle Mile Project with Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I am going to hand controls over to you. Melinda, you should have them if you want to just move your cursor around a little bit.
Okay, I will see.
You might have to click or double click. And I can let you know when your cursor shows up here. There we go. I can see it. So you want to try advancing a slide just to make sure you can?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. All right, the floor is yours. Good luck.
Okay. I would like to begin with introductions. My name is Melinda Gray, and I am the manager of the Weenass Wildlife Area. And with me today is Ryan Miller, a lands and habitat specialist for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Our job is to protect habitat and respond to conservation opportunities. The project we are presenting here today is an outstanding conservation opportunity. The project is located in the foothills of the East Cascades of Central Washington, approximately 15 miles northwest of the city of Yakima in the Weenass Valley. The primary goal of this project is to protect the current functioning habitat and incredible biodiversity while eliminating the risk of development. The Weenass Watershed Miracle Mile aims to protect approximately 440 acres of shrub steppe, ponderosa pine woodland, riparian habitat, and just under 1 mile of Weenass Creek. As we move in closer, we see the stream network present on the project acreage. This acquisition presents a tremendous opportunity to protect a large strategic property that contains important habitat types and contains miles of stream habitat for fish and other aquatic species. The flowering shrub steppe is dotted with delicate phlox. Flowering plants are a key component of healthy shrub steppe, which are strongly represented across the property. The flowers blanketing the hills in the spring support a diverse array of pollinators. Mature bitterbrush stands provide cover and winter feed for wildlife. We will be telling a biodiversity story while highlighting species and communities that stand to benefit the most by conservation of this important property. The statewide wildlife habitat connectivity analysis, the Washington Biodiversity Conservation Strategy, and the statewide wildlife action plan are all point us to the importance of this location. The statewide and Columbia Plateau wildlife habitat connectivity analyses were a collaboration by numerous state and federal agencies as well as NGOs. The property has been identified as core habitat for white-tailed jackrabbit, mule deer, and elk in the Columbia Plateau in statewide connectivity analysis. The lower 20 miles of the Weenass Valley lacks cross-valley connections. When this property is conserved, it would secure the second cross-valley connectivity corridor and public ownership in the lowest 20 miles in the Weenass Valley. Conserving this location that has such incredible bird diversity directly implements priorities identified in the Washington Biodiversity Conservation Strategy. PHS, or priority habitats and species, are well represented on the property. Conservatively, this location supports at least 34 PHS wildlife species and 5 PHS habitats. The headwaters of Weenass Creek are over 6,000 feet in elevation. The stream descends nearly 5,000 feet in elevation by the time it reaches the confluence with the Yakima River. The resulting biodiversity is amazing. A site that has this diversity of species is further confirmation that this is the right place to be working on conservation. The property has 1.4 miles of fish-bearing stream and additional miles of non-fish-bearing stream, and it feeds into the Weenass Lake Reservoir. The stream through the property connects to over 100 miles of fish-bearing waters further upstream. Part of the uniqueness and significance of this location is the high quality and diversity of shrub steppe habitats that we find here. A diversity of soil types are present here as well. Deep soil shrub steppe has been disproportionately converted to agriculture. Deep soils have better site potential for plant growth. They are also vital for wildlife that develop burrows or species that rely on burrows excavated by other species. And that deep soil has resulted in bitterbrush that stands 7 feet tall on the property. Soil depth on the property ranges from 3 to 5 feet. The dark brown color on the map indicates the deepest soils found here. The Washington DNR Natural Heritage Plan identifies plant associations or ecological systems and ranks their status ranging from secure to critically imperiled. These ecological systems formed the foundation of the State Wildlife Action Plan, or SWAP. We have 5 imperiled or critically imperiled ecological systems on the property, including shrub steppe habitat, Columbia Basin foothill, riparian, ponderosa woodland and savanna, and Intermountain Basin big sagebrush. These ecological systems support 67 species of greatest conservation need. 32 of these SGCN are also closely associated with the imperiled ecological systems found here. For example, the ring-necked snake is an SGCN that is closely associated with all 5 of the imperiled ecological systems found here. The East Cascades foothills are a real bird biodiversity stronghold. Audubon has cataloged 257 species of birds in the Weenass watershed. For perspective, this number of bird species represents approximately 25% of all bird species occurring in the lower 48 states and an astonishing 49% of all bird species occurring in Washington state. Washington Audubon has had a Memorial Day camp out just upstream of the property since 1963. Through this annual event and numerous birding field trips, the list of species grew. Because of the incredible diversity observed in the miles surrounding the property, Yakima Audubon coined the term Miracle Mile for this property. Although not present on the immediate property, Weenass Creek feeds into Weenass Lake, which provides shoreline habitat for species such as the long-billed doe-witcher. The shrub steppe and riparian thickets in the draw support the short-eared owl. The song of the western meadowlark commonly accompanies you as you explore the property. The northern harrier glides over the terrain in search of a least chipmunk or a Townsend ground squirrel. Another wildlife species target of this proposal is the Yakima elk herd, one of the largest elk herds in Washington state. A significant portion of the herd winters immediately adjacent to the property. There are nearly 100 miles of fish-bearing streams upstream of our proposal. There is currently no upstream fish passage at Weenass Dam. Steelhead returning to Weenass Creek can only ascend as far as the base of the dam below the lake. Thinking that the fish in Weenass Creek above the dam were an isolated resident fish population, WDFW placed pit tags in the rainbow trout that occur upstream of the lake. Despite having no adronomous fish genetic input for over 100 years, some of the resident rainbows outmigrated, moved downstream over the dam spillway, and were detected at the mainstream Columbia River dams. The anadromous life history was still present in this population, making all this stream habitat accessible to returning federally listed mid-Columbia steelhead is being explored. Protecting the amazing diversity of reptiles found on this property is another target of this proposal. The creek, the ephemeral streams, the riparian areas in the context of shrub steppe setting combine to form a habitat matrix that supports these species as well. The 4 components of shrub steppe are all here. Stands of bunch grass are healthy and widespread. The location has an excellent flowering plant or forb community, which attests to the ecological integrity and quality of the site. The shrub community that this deep soil supports is widespread and robust. The biological crust is the 4th component that comprises high-quality shrub steppe. It fixes nitrogen from the atmosphere and helps retain moisture. Weena's Creek has been noted to have a high percent stream area containing pool habitat comparatively to other Yakima River tributaries. Pool habitat is important habitat for summer rearing and winter rearing fish. The property has approximately 19 acres of well-connected floodplain, an indication of stream quality that the stream is well connected to its floodplain here. So many streams are vertically incised and disconnected from their floodplains, resulting in a lowering of the water table. The water table is high here. The vegetative community that is under threat is shrub steppe. The lighter brown area on this map is the historic distribution of shrub steppe in Washington state. The darker brown represents our current understanding of the remaining shrub steppe. It has declined at least 60% from historic levels as a result of development and agricultural conversion. As you can see, the Miracle Mile project lies within the remaining shrub steppe habitat. Agriculture continues to convert shrub steppe at an alarming pace. The threat to shrub steppe is development and conversion. We are increasingly seeing homes on slopes and in locations that we thought inaccessible for such development. Here we are standing on a previous acquisition, Clemens Mountain. Looking across Weena's Creek at the houses that continue, development continues to occur. View property and coveted lakeside development is a significant threat. Acquisition is a vital conservation tool. The set of circumstances presented here leads us to utilize this method as opposed to regulatory protection. We are proposing to conserve imperiled and critically imperiled ecological systems identified in the State Wildlife Action Plan. The deep soils at this location are excellent habitat for fossorial species such as the badger. The excavations that badgers develop in search of ground squirrels are subsequently available for other ground-dwelling species, such as the burrowing owl. North America has approximately 300 species of freshwater mussel. However, only 7 of these species occur west of the continental divide. Freshwater mussels are one of the most endangered groups of animals on Earth. We don't often think of freshwater mussels in a shrub steppe setting, but they are present in the Weena's Creek. Genetic research published within the past few years in the journal Freshwater Science reports that there are only 2 clades belonging to the genus Anodonta, west of the continental divide. Our project provides intact habitat for the California floater. This is also a PHS species and a species of greatest conservation need that has an imperiled designation in WWRP's State Wildlife Action Plan. The property acreage is dominated by imperiled ecological systems. Columbia Basin foothill riparian woodland and shrubland is a critically imperiled ecological system, S1. Columbia Basin foothills and canyon dry grassland is S12, which straddles the critically imperiled / imperiled designations. Intermountains Basin Big Sagebrush Steppe has an imperiled designation of S2. Northern Rocky Mountains Ponderosa Pine Woodland in Savannah is an imperiled designation S2. Rocky Mountain Lower Montane Riparian Woodland and Shrubland is an imperiled designation of S2. A majority of the property is comprised of these 5 ecological systems. The rich forb community that this property supports is alive with the hum of bumblebees in the springtime. These bees move up in elevation as the season progresses. They are also supported here by the flowering shrub species that tend to bloom later and longer in the springtime. The project lands are only a short drive from the Yakima metropolitan area. The development is quickly moving west towards the project lands. Due to its proximity to nearby towns and development, this area faces an increasing risk to future residential development. The risk of development has increased within the past few years due to the ability to work remotely now. It is hard to imagine these remote lands succumbing to residential development, but as this shrub set just outside Ellensburg demonstrates, the threat is real and increasing. Even steeper terrain is no impediment to development. The landowner's goal is to conserve the entire property. This is the project area. The green depicts a potential conservation easement up for consideration. We have and we will continue to speak with the landowners about different conservation options that will protect the habitat from future development. The project lands have few regulatory protections. Zoning is not a durable form of protection in our experience. The surrounding subdivisions are evidence of the threat. Acquired lands will be folded into the Weenass Wildlife Area. The site will be maintained in accordance with the Wildlife Area's management plan that was developed for the protection and enhancement of fish and wildlife in their habitats. The Weenass Wildlife Area is supported by several funding sources, including Bonneville Power Administration. As you can see by the project area represented in yellow, this project borders existing state land on two sides. The continuity helps to ensure more thorough protection on a landscape scale. Fish and wildlife species are blind to ownership. Knitting together the land in this location maintains wildlife access to and through these past conservation investments. The lands will be managed by the Weenass Wildlife Area staff under the Weenass Wildlife Area Management Plan. The Weenass Wildlife Area receives direct funding from multiple leases on state ground and legislature funds for operations and maintenance. Stewardship that needs that will be met include managed public access, maintenance of roads and trails, noxious weed control, wildlife-friendly fence maintenance, and habitat enhancement. Conservation practices are currently used to responsibly manage the seasonal grazing that occurs when appropriate at this site. The project has strong support from the organizations shown here. There is no known opposition. We have worked diligently across years to achieve conservation in this landscape. The success that we have enjoyed is due in large part to the support and partnerships that have been created and nurtured with numerous state and federal agencies, NGOs, local government, citizens, and representatives from the legislature. The history of success in this landscape demonstrates a strong pattern of broad support. The project lands have educational and scientific value. The presence of steelhead at the base of the dam and the approximately 100 miles of fish habitat above the dam have drawn the attention of the Yakima Basin Integrated Water Plant. Experimental coho releases above and below Weenass Lake have occurred as a surrogate for adronomous fish outmigration. The property will provide additional public access. We expect recreational uses of mountain biking, horseback riding, camping, and birding, along with hunting and fishing. The recreational opportunities that we anticipate on this area will maintain the species and habitat for diversity goals at this location. Since recreation management on the Weenass Wildlife Area Unit has maintained habitat and an incredible species diversity, we are confident recreation uses similarly will be managed with success here. The project is compatible with ongoing uses in the larger landscape, such as the agriculture occurring downstream of the proposal. Fish restoration is an ongoing and compatible with agriculture throughout the Yakima River Basin. The management would similarly occur in a compatible fashion in this location as well. Shrub steppe is one of the least protected and most biologically diverse habitat types in Washington. Opportunities to secure protection of critical habitat of such high quality and at a significant scale are rare indeed. Thank you so much for your time. do you guys have any questions for us?
Great. Thank you very much, Melinda. Great presentation. Any questions?
Hi, yeah, I have a question. Thank you. That's a very interesting presentation and sounds like an important habitat to protect. Can you tell me about the surrounding parcels and how unique this particular area is compared to the nearby already protected areas?
One of the biggest standpoints in this section is that it adds on that additional mileage of North Weenass Creek. So we do have a significant ownership of North Weenass Creek, but this will just add that onto it. And then the bird diversity here is another aspect of this area that really stands out with the number of species documented here, just even compared to like a couple miles down the road. Like there is a bird diversity in the North Weenass area, but this 1 mile really kind of tops it off, and that's why the Yakima Audubon named it as the Miracle Mile, like right in the middle of this section. So that's a couple of things that kind of stand out with it compared to the land surrounding it. But.
Okay. And then with that incredible biodiversity present in this area, what do you think would happen to the species as the development progresses around the area with more residential homes and roads being built? Do you have any kind of projections for what might happen to the species currently occupying the area?
I think it's almost flipped where like right now we do have a good amount of public ownership around the area, and we're concerned about this site in particular becoming developed. So if we're able to protect this area from becoming developed, then like the amount of species will kind of stay steady. It'll give them that solid habitat and biodiversity, just another 440 acres of it. Does that answer the question a little bit? Or?
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and go with Lincoln and then Dave.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for that presentation. I am kind of confused about exactly what's going to be acquired. It seems like there's a conservation easement kind of in the middle of the project area, and I'm just not really sure what's going on. What are you actually trying to purchase with the funding?
So we would be trying to purchase essentially that conservation easement. That's just an idea that the landowners are looking into, is putting a conservation easement around their home. So that's why that's out there. They want DFW to at some point acquire the surrounding acreage from there, and also make the acreage directly around their home something that would not be able to be built on, and that would have wildlife friendly practices on, making sure like it's not overgrazed ever in the future or developed into straight agriculture or something like that. So the entire acreage is what we're trying to conserve, and we're still talking to the landowners about what's the best options between both of us for how to conserve that. But we are looking for majority, if not all of that project site to become part of the Weenass Wildlife Area in the long run, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lincoln. Go ahead, Dave.
I have a similar question. So at this point, you're asking for funds to acquire the entire parcel, but the landowner may want to retain their living at that site. Is that right?
The landowner may want to retain living at that site, and if they do, then a potential option would be doing a conservation easement around the site like splitting it off and having a small section of it where they would be living as a conservation easement that they couldn't build around their house or do any more development on the site.
Okay, so you're looking at those two options. One,
Yeah,
acquiring
so-
all of the property, two, acquiring most of the property and leaving a conservation easement in that area that you showed on the slide around the house.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Good clarification. Thank you for that, Dave. Okay, any additional questions on this project? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much for the presentation, Melinda.
Thank you. Thank you
Thanks.
guys for your time.
Thanks for being with us. Okay, and next up, we have Chelan Douglas Land Trust, Badger Mountain Critical Habitat. And with us, we have Mickey Fleming. Hello, Mickey.
Yeah. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, sure can.
Okay, I can hear you very well.
I'm going to go ahead and hand controls over to you, Mickey. So go ahead and move your mouse around. There we go. I can see it on the screen. So it looks like you have control.
I'm going to take a quick effort to see if I can advance it before we.
Yeah, of course.
Just checking. Okay.
Okay, we're looking good. Okay, good luck.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mickey Fleming. I am the Lands Program Manager with the Chelan Douglas Land Trust and pleased to present our conservation easement project on Badger Mountain today. Whoops. Okay, sorry about that. I'll get it. Badger Mountain in Douglas County is a unique area on the high plateau above the Wenatchee Valley. The traditional territory of several Indian tribes, it was homesteaded over 100 years ago by sturdy dryland ranchers whose descendants actually remain there today. It's the home to many sensitive species, some of which you heard about in earlier shrub step presentations. And Badger Mountain in particular is essential for the survival of the state endangered greater sage grouse. CDLT is now in its 8th year of projects to protect, defend, and build on the core of conserved lands in Douglas County. The county is actually 85% private land, and therefore working with private landowners, the business of the land trust, is essential to success. These projects will conserve over 3,600 acres from 2 families. The left map shows our project envelope in this case because we have more than one property. Our partners at WWRP, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and NRCS help CDLT to identify and prioritize our opportunities. On the map on the left, the blue are the priorities for this application. The brown color towards the south is the 9,300 acres on which we have already completed 2 conservation easements. The green are public lands, some BLM, very small amount of DNR, and the Nature Conservancy's property. Whoops, darn it, too fast on that. Sorry. These landowners are all 3rd and 4th generation of those original settlers. They have and continue to steward these lands, and they desire to keep them intact for future generations. Moving on to the first criterion, ecological, and biological characteristics. Over a decade ago, the federal government decided against ESA listing for the greater sage grouse. Doing so, it entreated the Western states to each develop plans and mechanisms for their protection. WDFW has taken the lead in Washington state to plan and monitor the species and work with partners. The Douglas County Habitat Conservation Plan similarly calls for protection of private lands for the benefit of the habitat and to continue working lands. Badger Mountain and Douglas County are uniquely important to the survival of the greater sage grouse. WDFW publishes a yearly report on the status of sage grouse, as was mentioned in an earlier application. The map on the left shows you the location of Badger Mountain in one of the two green areas, which represent the current range of the greater sage grouse, which is only about 8% of its historic range. The chart on the right is from the same report, annual report, as of the end of 2023, and shows you that as of the populations in the state, only the one in Moses Coulee, which is Douglas County, is really a viable population. And our landowners themselves, so the picture at the bottom left shows a lek on Badger Mountain. This was taken by the landowner in March of this year. And you see that the lekking areas are in the cropped areas. In terms of species and communities, the sage grouse and associated shrub steppe are not the only species of interest, but of course it is the primary one and is considered to be a keystone species in the sagebrush ecosystem. CDL2 uses recommendations from local resources and a variety of mapping tools in planning our projects. The top map is from the recent WSU-led least conflict solar study project funded by the legislature to help steer industrial solar projects to locations with minimal conflicts. Experts rank the Badger Mountain area, excuse me, as having the highest levels of habitat and conservation value, and therefore to be avoided for solar development. The bottom map is even more current from the recent WDFW-led Shrub Steppe Restoration and Resiliency Initiative, WSRI. It classifies these properties outlined in purple as xeric ecosystem core areas. Continuing with quality of habitat, another tool we use is the grasslands of special significance layer provided by NRCS. It is a somewhat coarse map, but nonetheless helps show the indicative areas of big and three-tip sagebrush, bitterbrush, blue bunch wheatgrass, sandburrs, and other typical grassland species. Again, the subject properties in blue, the Madsen property to the right is 100% in the GSS, and the Gutzweiler property to the left is just over 50%. One of the most interesting things about these properties in Badger Mountain in general is the very diverse shrub steppe and mosaic of habitats, which includes croplands. The subject properties here are about 25% croplands, some of which is in CRP. Just last week, they had the biannual sage grouse and sharp-tailed grouse conference here in Wenatchee. And one of the things pointed out by Michael Schroeder, who is the lead on sage grouse, was that the Douglas County leks are all located in the dryland fields. In fact, Mr. Schroeder said that in some cases, the closest actual shrub steppe habitat is up to 3/4 of a mile from the lek itself. It kind of makes sense that the croplands provide an open area where the males can display and can be seen. I mentioned that there are large sections enrolled in the conservation program, reserve program, which has now been around for almost 50 years. And another data point reported last week was that over 50% of successful nests of the greater sage grouse are actually in the CRP. In these properties, there have been very, very successful restoration from some previously farmed areas of grasslands. Overall, statistically on these properties, there is about a 2-to-1 ratio of the shrub steppe to the dryland cropping, which is biannual wheat. So 1 year of fallow, 1 year of crop. And that proves to be used effectively by the sage grouse, actually eating the leftover kernels during the fallow year as part of their diet, in addition to winter sagebrush. The Gutzweiler property also includes almost 300 acres of riparian forest habitat. Moving on to criteria number 2, species and communities with special status. The property's diversity supports several priority habitats, from shrub steppe to aspen stands and talus slopes, and therefore is the home for numerous animal and plant species. The pygmy rabbit, Washington ground squirrel, golden eagle, and ferruginous hawk are all state endangered or threatened. According to Audubon, the sage grouse is a keystone species in this habitat, the presence of which is indicative for some 350 other species. Continuing with species and communities, WDFW has been highly supportive of the Land Trust's work with private landowners. One of the aspects of WDFW's involvement has been taking a firm position against solar development on Badger Mountain. When an application for a 5,000-acre project was submitted to the approving authority in 2021, the Region 2 director put it bluntly, quote, WDFW must underline the importance of the Badger Mountain lek and mosaic of habitats on the West Badger Mountain Plateau. Simply put, sage grouse habitat cannot be mitigated for, and maintaining these habitats is the best way to ensure recovery and preclude extirpation of sage grouse population in Washington. With regard to threats of the species and communities, there are unfortunately a number of threats. I'll talk about some of them in regard to the next criteria, but here an important one is fire. Fire swept through a large part of northern Douglas County in 2020, and a portion, as shown on this map, of Badger Mountain in 2021. The subject properties here did not burn, and this emphasizes how important it is to spread protection throughout the bird's territory. According to Mr. Schroeder, they regularly move within 30 to 40 kilometers and sometimes far beyond that. In terms of taxonomy, the sage grouse in Washington are a single species. In the photo here, the landowner saw several hens in their winter habitat of sagebrush this last Christmas Day. And it's very gratifying to have these pictures taken and to see them. At last week's conference, scientists reported that there are some genetic variations in isolated populations, as we have in Washington, and that, of course, becomes a factor for possible translocation of the birds. The talus community is present on this property, and it is used by the golden eagle and ferruginous hawk. This is on the Gutzweiler property in specific. There are also streams and wetlands on the properties at about a total of 31 acres on the Gutzweiler and about 6 acres on the Madsen properties. And of course, this adds to species diversity and survival. Sorry about my clearing my throat. I just can't seem to get that. Okay, continuing on criteria number 2. There is considerable pollinator habitat here, both present in the shrub steppe itself and the former croplands where replanting with pollinators is a portion of the CRP. As pointed out by the Region 2 Director with WDFW, is this mosaic of habitats, including dryland wheat, and shrub steppe and CRP that are utilized by all stages of sage grouse for rearing, foraging, migration, and movement. Okay, I will move on to criteria number 3, management and viability. Threats, as I said, there are more of them, unfortunately. Reducing the threats to this habitat and species is a principal aim of this project. One of the primary threats is residential development. These particular properties are all zoned Rural Resource 20 and dryland agriculture. And the bottom map, you can see what's happened north of the Gutzweiler property, where quite a few are subdivided into 20-acre pieces. And even in the area where you can barely see the lines, subdivision down to 5-acre tracts. The stunning scenery of the area and relatively easy access to East Wenatchee and Wenatchee make this quite an attractive area. Douglas County is the 9th fastest growing of Washington's 39 counties in the last few years. As mentioned before, solar development has been a looming threat, and several developers offer generous options to cash-poor landowners in the 2020 to 21 timeframe. With the least conflict study that we mentioned before now out, opposition by Douglas County and WDFW in opposition to solar here, we hope that that threat abates for now, but it's definitely out there. Continuing with management and viability, conservation easements are clearly the most appropriate tool for conserving these lands. The conservation easement has very specific restrictions requiring that the protected property be forever kept in a single ownership, and that avoids the fragmentation that is such a serious problem. In addition to prohibiting subdivision, it prohibits industrial solar and wind development. Alternative energy for use on the property itself is allowed. For example, we have a landowner with a solar operated well. It prohibits mining, commercial feedlots, removal of soil and grasslands, and does not allow any water resources to be transferred off the property. Lands currently in croplands are allowed to continue, but no additional land cut out for cropping. And grazing is allowed with monitoring that is done by the land trust as being compatible with wildlife conservation. Continuing with criteria number 3, these properties clearly enhance existing protected lands. Not only CDLT's own completed conservation easements, but also Washington State DNR property and the Nature Conservancy's property to the east. In terms of stewardship, the NRCS component of these conservation easements carries extra stewardship obligation for the land trust to monitor grazing. As shown, this is the activity going on in these photos on one of our existing conservation easements, where a transect is defined and photos are taken at both ends of it, and some measurements to determine that what the intensity of the grazing was. We add landowner and other donor contributions to our stewardship fund, which is over $4 million to support that work. Community support, we've obviously been fortunate to have support from many of our partners and agencies for this work, which, as I said, is the work on private lands is essential for the conservation of this species and this habitat. The public benefit and resource and management practices, as Audubon pointed out in their letter of support, opportunities like this continue to spread the message with landowners that they have the ability to keep their lands, doing pretty much what they are all doing. Most of them are quite responsible managers, and be compensated for giving up the development rights rather than having to sell the land in fragments or destroying the habitat with something like industrial energy development. Representative Newhouse has also been an advocate of this program and wrote a congratulatory op-ed when we closed the first easement, as noting in his opinion that the existing landowners are good stewards of their property and appreciate both the wildlife and natural resources values as well as the farming opportunities on the properties. And it's important to note that these conservation easements benefit local indigenous peoples who still frequent properties like the Gootsweiler Ranch to collect sacred foods such as bitterroot. In conclusion, we very much believe that keeping these families on their lands is the best way to accomplish habitat conservation on Badger Mountain for the greater sage grouse and other species. And here's a beautiful one flying on our property in the northern part of Douglas County. Okay, I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Mickey. Any questions for Mickey? Go ahead, Joe.
Hey, Mickey, thanks for the presentation. On your slide and in the table you submitted for, I think it was both the sage grouse and also the fuzzy beard tongue, you note that it's present in the area. Does that mean it's present on the project site? And also, if so, did you have any correspondence with heritage botanists about getting that into the database? Because I don't believe it's in the database. So just curious about that.
Not recently. We've not had the opportunity to get a botanist out there to look for all the specifics yet. So I don't know the answer to that. We did on one of the other properties that we have worked with, excuse me again, Walter Fertig had reported the sticky Phacelia in the basalt and talus habitats, which also exist on this property. But again, we haven't been able to do an inventory there yet.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, Misha.
I have a question about the cattle and horses that are grazing in that area. What keeps them from coming over and grazing on the undeveloped protected areas? Are there fences?
Yes, the NRCS easements have a grazing plan and require fencing. Of course, fencing has some downsides too, as we know, both for birds. They frequently are being marked now with a little identification, which is a signal to the birds and avoids a lot of conflicts. There are also now pilot projects in Douglas County. In fact, I think the Nature Conservancy is doing one on its properties to the east here involving virtual fencing which is done with a system of base stations and then collars worn by the cattle. And that enables the ranchers to, one, to change the fences because they're electronic, right? Like your dog fence in your yard, if you have one, that they can actually change. Well, it's easier than that because you can actually change it off a tablet. And that enables the ranchers to move the cattle more frequently, so that the impact of the grazing, they can control the impact of the grazing better. And they can also see what the utilization is much better. So I'm quite sure that's coming in the future. There's a conference here in Wenatchee on that this summer. And it has definite positives for the ability to reduce costs for fencing and also wildlife conflicts.
In your management plan, do you have any concrete plans to incentivize the ranchers to transition to virtual fencing to minimize the effect on the wildlife movement?
Well, there's some pilot projects are receiving help grant funding through the conservation districts. So the conservation districts pay for the base stations, which is the biggest cost. And then the landowners pay for the rental of the collars.
Mm-hmm.
So that's helping quite a bit. A number of the additional funding sources coming through are helping to implement that technology.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Misha. Any additional questions for Mickey on this project? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the morning projects for the critical habitat grant category of the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program. We are now going to be breaking for lunch. Our first presentation after the lunch hour is at 1:30, scheduled for 1:30. That is going to be Skagit Land Trust's Samish River Wetlands Acquisition Project. I will be back on a few minutes before that to get us started again, and we will see everybody back here at 12:30. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Nikki.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Jessica.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. Yeah, great to be here.
It is great to have you back. Okay, so we will get started here in a couple minutes. I will just let everybody know that we are in the afternoon session of the 2024 Critical Habitat Project evaluations in the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program. We have, let's see, it looks like 5 projects left to go. Our next one is with Jessica. And Jessica Lang is from the Skagit Land Trust and will be presenting the Samish River Wetlands acquisition. And I'll go ahead and get this started, Jessica, but I think we'll go ahead and wait until right at 1:30 just to make sure that all the advisory committee members are back from lunch.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen, is the next slides are just the arrow keys, correct?
They could be the arrow keys or down here at the lower left corner.
Oh, there we go.
There is a forward and back. They're very faint and sometimes they go away. So see, like right there, they just went away. If you hover back over them, they will show back up. But you can also advance with your arrow forward and arrow back keys as well.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so I'll go ahead and hand controls over to you, Jessica, and we'll make sure everything is working. Okay, go ahead and give that a try. I'll let you know when your cursor shows up on the screen. There we go. And then if you want to try to advance slides using either your keyboard or those arrows. Sometimes it's a little bit to catch up.
Okay, so the arrows work on the screen. And yep, a little slow on the keyboard, but we're there.
Okay, that sounds great. Okay, and we are right at 1:30, so I will go ahead and hand it over to you, Jessica. Thank you.
Yep, thank you for the introduction, Karen. My name is Jessica, and I'm with Skagit Land Trust, and we're applying for funds for the Samish River Wetlands Acquisition Project. This project is located in northwestern Puget Sound area in Skagit County here. And it's about, so we're up here, it's about 6 miles north of the town of Cedar Woolley on about 1/3 of a mile upstream on the upper reaches of the Samish River. The property consists of 3 parcels for a total of 26 acres, and these 2 westernmost polygons are actually 1 parcel. It's just bisected here by the railroad. About 3.5 acres are developed with a home and accessory structures right here, and then the remainder of the property is wetland. And then a large portion of the wetland has been identified as Oregon spotted frog habitat, outlined here kind of by this greenish dashed line. So the goals of the project, given that the property contains Oregon spotted frog habitat, are to conserve and protect it and to enable Oregon spotted frog focused management into perpetuity. To achieve these goals, Skagit Land Trust is requesting WWRP funds for approximately half of the real property costs, which are just shy of $250,000. Other funding will be provided by federal funds, private grants, and by Skagit Land Trust for the remainder of the costs, in WWRP deliverables such as cultural review and demolition of ineligible structures will also be paid for. These other funding sources and won't be used as match towards the project. Other funding sources will also be used to pay for restoration efforts and on-the-ground Oregon-spotted frog surveying and monitoring. Approximately 3 acres of invasive vegetation, which is predominantly blackberry, will be controlled near the home site, and the area will be replanted with native trees and shrubs. In the even bigger picture here, the project builds upon existing conservation and protection efforts in the Samish watershed. Skagit Land Trust does own about 50.5 other acres here in the watershed, and Whatcom Land Trust up here owns 242 acres of nearby habitat that contains Oregon spotted frog. And then DNR here, Department of Natural Resource, is our adjacent landowner, and they own 2,200 acres here just to the east of the property that's protected from development. Protection of these properties and the project property is supported by several local watershed plans and wildlife recovery plans. This does include the Puget Sound Action Agenda. This project will help achieve action agenda goals by protecting habitat from conservation and fragmentation, restoring habitat to support biological communities, preventing pollutants from entering our waterways, and by increasing ecosystem resilience. So those are all goals of the action agenda that this project supports. The Oregon spotted frog has historically occupied portions of the West Coast, ranging from BC here down to Northern California. In Washington state, they have historically occupied the Puget Trough ecoregion, and then go down to the southern extent into the East Cascades ecoregion here. There are currently only 8 drainages in Washington, including the Samish River, that support Oregon spotted frog. This is largely due to the amount of low-lying wetlands found in the area and on the property. The property supports a few different wetland types with different hydrologic regimens, which is unique for the area. You can see here by all these labels are different wetland types and hydro regimens. And of the properties in the Upper Samish watershed, this site comparatively provides a significant amount of Oregon spotted frog habitat. So again, a large area of the property here contains Oregon spotted frog habitat. Populations of Oregon spotted frog in the Samish River are identified in the Washington State Draft Oregon Spotted Frog Recovery Plan. And property protection and obtaining funding for land acquisition are supported by its recovery objectives to implement its priority action of preventing significant decline in population size and habitat quality. So to review, Oregon spotted frog are the target species for this project. They are a medium to large size frog that are federally threatened and have been endangered in Washington state since 1997. Oregon spotted frog and their habitat have been identified as a priority species and habitat by WWRP. Their priority habitat is along 2 portions of the Samish River, and these are approximately 3/4 of a mile apart. We do know that Oregon spotted frog are not isolated to this property. However, the populations found in Samish are isolated from those elsewhere in the state. The property, so this is the project property, and this is an adjacent property here to the south and west, have been surveyed by U.S. Fish and Wildlife, WWRP, the Samish Indian Nation, and volunteers almost every year since 2017. And cumulatively, they found about 397 Oregon spotted frog egg masses, or about 200,000 eggs. So quite a few. A small portion of the project property was surveyed by these groups in winter of 2024, which was an area over here. Egg mass surveys are the hardest surveys to complete, and results on the project property were inconclusive, and more extensive survey efforts are needed throughout all seasons to better understand their presence. Although no egg masses were found this survey year, experts believe they are here because of proximity to these other egg mass locations, and the site possesses the quality and diversity needed to support Oregon spotted frog. This includes open water, so quality of habitat includes open water necessary for egg-laying habitat in the early spring for tadpoles, and then for overwintering. Wetted vegetation on the property, primarily found on the eastern half, provides suitable summer non-breeding habitat for adults. They live on decomposing vegetation that you can see here on site, which also provides refuge for insects that the Oregon spotted frog prey on. Oregon spotted frog are unique from other frogs in that they require water at different depths for most of their life. This site does provide the aquatic connectivity that they need. Hydrologic input comes from a variety of sources, including the Samish River here, which is largely actually unconfined for most of the year, and then perennial and seasonal streams here off to the east, and hillside seeps and precipitation. The wetlands on both sides of the railroad tracks have water present year-round, although the water does recede during the summer months in the early fall when it's drier, but the wetlands don't actually dry up. The image here to the right is from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and highlights their historical Oregon spotted frog, historical and currently occupied subbasins. In the little areas that you see here in yellow, which are small in comparison, are a fraction of their historic range and where they are currently. In the past 50 years, as they've lost about 90%, 70 to 90% of their historical range, and are thought to be nearing extinction here in British Columbia. And this is primarily due to loss of habitat, which we'll highlight later in the presentation. Ecologically, Oregon spotted frog play an important role. They primarily feed on beetles, flies, plant material, and other invertebrates. Other mammals such as birds, including migratory trumpeter swan and other frogs, eat Oregon spotted frog egg, tadpoles, and even the grown adults, completing the nutrient cycle. Like many amphibians, Oregon spotted frog also play an important role as an indicator species. They are sensitive to changes in their environment and can give insight into how an ecosystem is functioning. Their presence on the property does indicate that the wetland habitat is fairly healthy and has so far been resilient to climate change. Thus, property acquisition is important to the protection and recovery and aligns with state and federal species recovery plans. Other recovery strategies do include captive breeding and translocation, although their success rates are largely unknown. As an endangered species, regulation does prohibit hunting, harassment, and possession of Oregon spotted frog, but it does not directly protect their habitat. Much like salmon, Oregon spotted frog return to the same area to lay their eggs. Having known egg mass occurrences nearby reiterates the importance of this property for protection. And the Oregon spotted frog are not taxonomically distinct from other frog species. There are a few populations that are known to exist worldwide of Oregon spotted frog, all of which are in the West Coast in Washington and Oregon. In Washington state, they are known to occur only within 5 counties. And as previously mentioned, their populations are rather isolated, as their habitat is also isolated and fragmented, so species diversity doesn't greatly vary. To touch on pollinator habitat, native broadleaf species such as maple, alder, willow, dogwood, and salmonberry can be found on this site with an increase in conifer species toward the eastern edge of the property. Douglas spirea and skunk cabbage can be found in fairly large quantities in the wetlands. And these provide food for a variety of pollinators, such as butterflies, bees, and other insects throughout all seasons. And the rufous hummingbird is also an important pollinator species, and that is actually a bird of conservation concern that has been seen on the site. The loss of habitat, the loss of this habitat causing degradation and fragmentation is the primary factor responsible for the decline of Oregon spotted frog. Habitat loss, particularly loss of wetland, that Oregon spotted frog depend on, is expected to continue due to development pressure and agricultural use. An inventory of wetlands was taken and changes were documented from 2004 to 2009. And the percent change over the 5-year period was a loss of 1.1% nationally. And more locally, Washington State, it's been estimated, has lost over 60% of its wetlands due to development. Locally, the population of Skagit County and Cedar-Woolley is growing at an unprecedented rate, and there's increasing development pressure. If Skagit Land Trust were able to secure grant funds to purchase the property, the landowner has expressed interest in selling it to a private buyer on the open market. And in the background here is a picture of the house that's on the property. And it's likely that this would be torn down. It's not in the best shape currently. It would be torn down and replaced with a much larger home. Since the highest and best use of the property is for agriculture, it is also likely that a future landowner would use it for this purpose. For each development right, so for each house, an accessory dwelling unit and agricultural structures are permitted that could increase non-permeable surfaces, reducing the health and amount of available habitat and altering the site hydrology. To the right here, you can see that basically all the Oregon spotted frog habitat in the Samish River Valley is also in areas that are zoned for agriculture. To ensure greatest protection of the property, all project types were considered, including continued private ownership and establishing a conservation easement. While a conservation easement is a good alternative to an in-fee purchase, it does not ensure conservation management and maintenance of the property into perpetuity. It also does not require habitat restoration that may help improve Oregon spotted frog habitat. One second here. Conservation ownership and management of the property will align with accreditation standards. So Skagit Land Trust is an accredited land trust, which requires properties to be monitored on a regular basis to ensure that its natural features will be preserved. Within 1 year of Skagit Land Trust ownership, a management plan, which relies on community input and different scientific data, will be written for the property to direct management activities. Funds to complete these activities will be provided by Skagit Land Trust through our own stewardship reserve fund. Protection of this property and long-term stewardship will also complement other nearby protected lands. Again, DNR land here being immediately to the north and then east of the property. It is managed as a state trust land and is protected in the way that development of structures such as houses and buildings cannot occur. Protection of property will also complement the Whatcom Land Trust acreage up here. That's about 1.6 miles to the north at the headwaters of the Samish River. This property also protects the hydrology and wetlands for the benefit of Oregon spotted frog and other fish and wildlife species. Okay, skipped one. Yep. So ongoing maintenance and monitoring of this property We plan on doing this, and the average cost is about $3,650 per year. And this is the amount that Skagit Land Trust plans on contributing, and actually our board has approved. Invasive weed control efforts and installation of about 1,200 native plants in development and site and management plan will cost about $50,000. And these activities are going to be paid by other sources, including that federal and foundation grant. As part of our stewardship efforts, we don't anticipate livestock grazing to occur. That said, it could be considered in the future as a tactic to reduce the height of grasses, including reed canary grass found in some of the wetland areas, to a suitable height for Oregon spotted frog egg laying. If the livestock grazing is a consideration in the future, we would want to make sure that we're adhering to laws and guidelines for wildlife species protection, which could include temporary or seasonal grazing. So several organizations and entities are contributing to or are in support of this project. And Burry Funston has donated time for general counsel in review of legal documents to acquire the property. Stratum Group is a local entity that's donated about half the value of a phase 1 environmental site assessment through the public benefit program. And then approximately half of the real acquisition costs are going to come from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service through their National Coastal Wetland and Conservation Grant Program. And that will be provided as match to the project. Once the site is acquired and demolition has occurred, Skagit Land Trust plans on installing interpretive signage, providing guided tours and hosted work parties to educate the general public on the importance of conserving wetland habitat for Oregon spotted frog and other species. Our hope is that the knowledge shared through the signage and events will be perpetuated by the participants as they relay what they've learned to their friends and family. On the scientific side of things, the Samish Indian Nation, WWRP, and volunteers have expressed interest in monitoring and surveying a large portion of the property. Oregon spotted frog monitoring may also be supported by Skagit Land Trust Amphibian Monitoring Program, which is a citizen science program. Monthly avian monitoring work will be completed by Skagit Audubon Society, and any invasive control work and planting work will be monitored to ensure its success. If acquired, the property will also offer free low-impact public recreation opportunities in an area with limited outdoor access, such as walking, birding, and photography. Infrastructure such as parking, benches, viewing areas, and interpretive signage may be installed on the more upland portions of the site outside of Oregon spotted frog critical habitat area to safely guide users through the property and protect sensitive habitats and species. So in the Land Trust Hern Conservation Area, which if you are curious about later, you can click on this link and it'll go to our webpage, is a property we've owned for about 25 years and is an example of how the Land Trust has successfully managed wildlife and public access. And although public access to the site, which you can see here, it's fenced off and there's elk here in the background and some signage, even though it is limited, it's one of our most visited properties. Lastly, long-term management or use of the property not only will be compatible with the Land Trust standards and practices, but also those of Skagit County's open space land use category. This category supports conservation of wetlands, soils, streams, rivers, and scenic resources such as those found on the property. And permanent conservation of the property will ensure that it is compatible with this designation. And that's all I got. I want to thank you for helping us protect this land for generations to come, and I'm here for any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you very much for that presentation, Jessica. Any questions for Jessica on this project? Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, Jessica, thank you for the presentation. That was very good. I want to ask about a couple questions related to the map of the property, and the habitat. I think there's one, you had a couple slides that showed the of the property with the vegetation in shaded behind it. There you go. Just
This
any
one?
one of those. Yeah, so the property to be acquired, is that everything within the dotted line or?
Sorry, it's everything within this orange, these orange polygons. So there's kind of 4 separate polygons, but together they make up the entire property, which is the 26 acres we're looking to acquire. And then
Okay.
this dotted line here is all the Oregon spotted frog habitat that lies within the Upper Samish River.
Okay, and that was the boundary of the critical habitat designated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Yeah, that one's actually, this is the boundary by WDFW. They're
Okay.
part of their priority habitat and species area.
Okay, so is there water connectivity between through the railroad right away?
Yeah, so we have inputs from this east side and from this west side. And up here is there's actually, I've never been up here, but the landowner uses this for access for fishing and is transversed here and underneath of it. So there's a trestle here that allows for some hydrologic exchange. And then down here a little bit lower is actually some culverts that run under the railroad too. So it doesn't totally block the flow on either side, but of course it is a railroad. So there's some, it's definitely an artificial structure there.
That's okay, as long as if there's areas for the frogs to move between. You said that the area on the eastern side dries out in the summer and the area on the western side doesn't, or is that right? Or is there?
Yeah, so neither side dry out completely. So this side, there's this kind of more upland area, which is dry for the entire year. But the areas that you see the wetland they do stay wet. The water level does fluctuate, but no matter what, it's saturated and super saturated. So there is ponding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And those pictures you actually saw of the property were taken this summer. So that shows you the water level even during these drier months.
Yeah, and there's that adjacent open water patch to the west.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
in the summer photo. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Dave. John and then Heather.
So thank you for the presentation. Good job. And my question is also about the same slide and the railroad track going through. Is that an actively used track?
It is actively used. Yes. My understanding is that there is one train that goes up and comes back. So it's only used twice a day in that way. And it does carry petroleum products.
So does, I guess, in addition to the potential for affecting the water flow, do the tracks or the trains on the tracks pose any other risk to the quality of the habitat for the Oregon spotted frog? And if so, how does that impact how you might manage the site?
Yeah, those are all really good questions and questions that we have too that are going to be answered as part of our environmental assessment work if the project gets funded. So we are definitely curious about those things too. I will say we've acquired other properties that are along or have railroad tracks that are bisecting them. And they've come back at like a really low risk of those areas being affected.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John. Go ahead, Heather.
And thank you, Jessica. I appreciated your presentation. My hand here. My question is around the existing protections for wetlands. How much of this property already falls into that category versus what could be converted into ag or development on the site that you're looking to purchase?
Yeah, that's also a very good question. So there is some level of protection for wetlands through the critical areas ordinance. But this area here isn't a wetland, so someone could develop more greatly in this area, potentially up here as well. It's possible, and this, of course, is a county permitting decision that someone could build in here or actually kind of even sneak into these wetlands. It all depends on what kind of mitigation is needed and how much money someone has to put into that kind of mitigation. So it's possible. It could also be very expensive. So it's hard to say for sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. Any other questions for Jessica?
Yeah, I have a question. I tried to raise my hand, but it didn't work again.
No worries, go right ahead.
So the frog population in this area is fairly secluded and separated from the other populations, and it's not a very big population. Is there any kind of a danger from the genetic inbreeding of the small population and its effect on long-term viability of the population?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm not quite sure exactly about the genetics of the population size in this area, but it could certainly point you in a direction. So the state recovery plans that might go into that detail a little bit more.
Sounds good.
Okay, any additional questions for Jessica on this project? Okay, I see none. Jessica, thank you very much for your presentation.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay, and we are on to, I see Rich Finger again. Hello, Rich, welcome back.
Hello.
And this is the presentation for the Mid-Columbia Grand Coulee 2024 project. We will get this started. We'll hand controls over to you, Rich.
Got it.
All right. Make sure you can advance.
Yeah, I'm trying that. Let's see.
Okay, I can see your curve. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Okay, looks good. It's all yours, Rich.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. Again, I'm Rich Finger with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, which I'll hereafter refer to as DFW. And I'm joined today by Project Manager Jess Inwood and Grants Consultant Ashley Knapp from Western Rivers Conservancy. I'm here to present the Mid-Columbia Grand Coulee project, which builds on a decade of conservation efforts to expand the Big Bend wildlife area for state endangered Columbian sharp-tailed grouse. This project area is in north central Washington, or more specifically in northern Douglas County, about 14 miles northwest of Grand Coulee. Project consists of 3 properties totaling about 4,300 acres adjoining the Big Bend wildlife area, properties adjacent to the Columbia River and directly across from the Colville Reservation. The property in teal, labeled Rufus Woods, was pre-acquired by Western Rivers under a waiver of retroactivity. The goal of the project is to protect high-quality shrub steppe habitat in 3.6 miles of Columbia River shoreline. DFW will incorporate the project into the Big Bend wildlife area and manage it to the benefit of state-listed species, the Columbian sharp-tailed grouse and greater sage grouse. This project addresses the goals of both DFW recovery plans, developed in partnership with state, federal, tribal entities, and NGOs to recover and provide habitat connectivity for both listed grouse, whose populations have declined to about 400 birds each. Project represents landscape scale conservation necessary for recovery of the Columbian sharp-tailed grouse, which needs large landscapes to persist. This project will secure critical habitat, support connectivity between occupied areas, and protect habitats and species of greatest conservation need. This acquisition has been approved through WFW's Lands 2020 vetting process, which involves broad internal review, tribal consultation, and public outreach. It meets the 25-year strategic plan's goal of proactively addressing conservation challenges and the near-term action to vastly expand efforts to manage and recover at-risk wildlife. Project aligns with the State Wildlife Action Plan by protecting habitat for several SGCN species, including the Columbian sharp-tailed grouse, greater sage grouse, and Washington ground squirrel. The project is within a core area of spatial priority and is consistent with the guiding principles of the Washington Shrub Steppe Restoration and Resiliency Initiative, a collaborative dedicated to conserving shrub steppe given the threats from wildfire and climate change. In the Columbian sharp-tailed grouse recovery plan, the project aligns with Recovery Strategy 2 to protect sharp-tailed grouse habitat. Project properties are adjacent to occupied grouse areas and can provide corridors to connect isolated populations. Greater Sage Grouse Recovery Plan lists the Mansfield Plateau Management Unit as limited by shrub steppe abundance relative to other units. And this acquisition occurs within the management unit and will benefit recovery by reducing risk of additional shrub steppe loss. This project supports local conservation efforts like the Foster Creek Conservation District's Multiple Species General Conservation Plan and the Upper Middle Mainstem Subbasin Plan by the Colville Tribe and the BPA. The property contains wetlands, fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas, and critical areas, which provides some protection through the county shoreline master plan. The adjacency to the 22,000-acre Big Bend wildlife area, shown here in green, makes the project area unique. Including the wildlife area, it complements 6 RCO-funded projects within the last 2 decades. Few large tracts of shrub steppe remain as refuges for shrub steppe-dependent wildlife, and this project serves as a strategic link across habitats occupied by sharp-tailed grouse. Topography features north-facing slopes that transition to a series of flat benches overlooking the Columbia River. 2 drainages, China Creek and Cougar Draw, pass through the property before emptying into the Columbia River, and each hold mature stands of ponderosa pine that are used by bald eagles, Lewis's woodpeckers, mule deer, black bear, and cougar. Elevation on the property ranges from 2,000 feet down to about 960 feet at the banks of the Columbia River. Located between the Grand Coulee Dam and Chief Joseph Dam, the property has 3.6 miles of Columbia River frontage. The stretch of the Columbia River is called Rufus Woods Lake, and despite the name, it has moving current and it provides habitat for rainbow trout and kokanee. The area is dominated by shrub steppe and it supports a diversity of soil types and plant communities. Property is a critical habitat link for sharp-tailed grouse recovery efforts. It contains historic leks or breeding congregation areas, as well as nesting, brood rearing, and wintering habitats for sharp-tailed grouse. This map shows 2 historic leks on the property and 4 others less than 5 miles away. And 2 nearby leks were confirmed active during the last couple of years. Up to the northeast, the Colville Reservation has the state's largest population of sharp-tailed grouse. Radiotelemetry studies have documented movement between the reservation and the project's riparian habitats. Given the proximity to occupied habitat and the distribution of leks in the area, it's likely that the property will see increased use by sharp-tailed grouse through careful and strategic management. The site is unique due to its role supporting connectivity for Columbian sharp-tailed grouse. This map shows their habitat concentration areas in relation to our project. The lines connecting the concentration areas represent the safest and most efficient path between them. This map shows critically imperiled and imperiled habitats in the region. Most of the property contain Intermountain Basin's big sagebrush steppe, which is an imperiled habitat of greatest conservation need, according to the 2015 State Wildlife Action Plan. Intermountain Basin's Big Sagebrush Steppe supports 15 closely associated and 26 generally associated SGCN species. In addition to benefiting listed species like Columbian sharp-tailed and greater sage grouse, our target species include species of concern, like Washington ground squirrel, golden eagle, sage thrasher, brewer's sparrow, white-tailed jackrabbit, and badger, all of which benefit from the protection of shrub steppe. The habitats are somewhat degraded from intensive livestock grazing. The property contains seasonal habitats required for year-round occupancy, including historic leks, nesting habitat, brood-rearing habitat, and winter riparian habitat. Females typically select nest sites of high and dense vegetation less than 2 miles from a lek. So once hatched, females remain within a half a mile of their nest site for brood rearing. Brood rearing habitat consists of diverse shrubs, forbs, and bunch grasses with abundant insects. Given the limited range of grouse during the breeding season, it's best to have all habitat types nearby, as this property does. The property's elevation is within the sharp-tailed grouse preferred range, as are the deep soils and level of rainfall, which affects brood survival indirectly through plant and invertebrate productivity. Not sure what happened to toggling, but there we go. Okay. Listed species that will benefit from this acquisition are the Columbian sharp-tailed grouse and greater sage grouse, which are both state endangered, as well as state candidates such as Washington ground squirrel, golden eagle, loggerhead shrike, and sagebrush lizard. Mule deer are a priority species for DFW and have a strong affiliation with shrub steppe. Shrub steppe habitat, shown in brown, is amongst the most imperiled ecosystems in North America. In eastern Washington, it has been reduced by more than 60% since pre-European settlement, with corresponding declines in populations of shrub steppe obligates. Much of what remains is degraded by cattle grazing, weed encroachment, and fragmentation, which is a primary cause for continued decline of focal species of the project. Populations of these species are only present today as a relic of historic numbers and distribution, persisting in small isolated populations. Sharp-tailed grouse currently occupy just 2.8% of their historic range, which is shown in brown, and occupy only 9 of 22 management units. Greater sage grouse occupy less than 8% of their historic range, also shown in brown, and of the 14 management units, only 3 of them support populations today. This map shows wildfires within the past 25 years. Wildfires, they're emerging as the most significant threat for both grouse species, given the increase in the number, size, and severity in recent years. Swawilla fire on the Colville Reservation has burned over 53,000 acres this year and has likely destroyed lek sites near Elmer City. Now more than ever, grouse need large protected areas to adapt and repopulate after wildfires. Habitat acquisition is important to species protection and recovery, as habitat loss is the predominant reason for small populations. Recovery plan for sharp-tailed grouse lists shortage of nesting, brood rearing, and wintering habitats as important factors limiting population recovery. This property has all these habitats near lek sites. This map shows habitat concentration areas in green, travel corridor lines between the populations in relation to our project and the Big Bend Wildlife Area. As previously described, the lines connecting them represent the safest and most efficient paths between the concentration areas. This connectivity is crucial for genetic diversity between the populations. Our only other way to preserve and expand grouse habitat is the USDA's Conservation Reserve Program, or CRP. This voluntary program provides landowners with financial incentives to provide habitat on their land. CRP is dependent upon reauthorization in the Farm Bill every 5 years, and re-enrollment is affected by commodity prices. Since 2019, we've seen a loss of about 35,000 acres of CRP in Douglas County. Washington ground squirrel, white-tailed jackrabbit, and mule deer are important parts of the food web as feed for predators, including listed predators such as golden eagle and ruginous hawk. Columbian sharp-tailed grouse are one of 7 subspecies with ranges that extend from British Columbia, Montana, Utah, and Colorado. Research has shown that there's little to no gene flow between the Washington population and other populations, making them genetically distinct. The same is true of greater sage grouse, which has only 2 subspecies. Columbian sharp-tailed grouse is the rarest subspecies. As mentioned, they currently occupy just 2.8% of their historic range. Population has dropped precipitously from once being the most abundant game bird in eastern Washington in the 1800s to just 410 birds in 2023. Recent trends are just as sobering. We've seen a 50% decline in them over the last 4 years. The Big Bend population is estimated at 104 birds, or 25% of the statewide population, right here next to this property. Because of the declining numbers, DFW uplisted them from threatened to endangered in 2018. They're warranted but precluded from being listed as federally threatened. Similarly, the population of greater sage grouse was estimated at 429 in 2023, and that's a 21% decrease from 2022. As mentioned, they currently only occupy 8% of their historic range in 2 isolated areas, including Douglas County. Because of the long-term declines in distribution and populations, DFW uplisted them from threatened to endangered in 2020. Future restoration of grazing lands will also support pollinators, especially western bumblebee and monarch butterfly, which are state candidate species. This site has lupin, penstemon, fleabane, and rabbitbrush, which all bloom at different times of the year and provide habitat for pollinators throughout the season. The properties face imminent threat of residential development, as suggested by the 103 lots broken out on the Rufus Woods properties. The qualities that make the project area unique, like the spectacular views of the Columbia River, the diverse habitat, the deep soils, that all makes this area very vulnerable to development. And despite the shorelines designation by the Douglas County Shoreline Master Program, low-density residential development and low-intensity uses such as ranching and farming are still permitted. The properties are zoned as dryland agriculture and rural resource. Dryland agriculture allows for intensive grazing that can reduce habitat quality, and the rural resource allows for 20-acre parcels with single dwelling units. When the landowners of the teal-colored Rufus Woods property listed it for sale on the open market, Western Rivers Conservancy, an accredited land trust with expertise in protecting outstanding river ecosystems, purchased the property with a waiver of retroactivity to end the threat of development. But Western Rivers does not hold land long-term and must find a willing buyer. Low-density residential development can have significant indirect impacts to the conservation values of the developed property and surrounding lands. For example, free-ranging pets can cause additive mortality, predation, or reduce habitat quality due to their disturbance. Disturbed soils from development often become a source point for noxious weeds. The access roads fragment the landscape, and the risk of human-caused wildfires increases with more humans on the landscape. These problems impact much larger areas than the footprint of the developed property. The landowners are selling their properties because they live off-site and they do not want to manage them anymore. The Rufus Woods property that was listed for sale had 8 owners who had inherited the property. The conservation was not of interest to them and therefore not an option for protection. It's a similar situation for the other 2 landowners. This project will enhance existing protected land by expanding the adjacent 22,000-acre Big Bend wildlife area. This view shows how connected the landscape already is, with the wildlife area in the background and the 2 of the 3 properties in the foreground. About 38% of the property borders the wildlife area. Management will be in accordance with the Big Bend Management Plan, which was developed cooperatively with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The plan prioritizes the health structure, and diversity of native vegetation, which is accomplished through habitat restoration, noxious weed control, riparian protection and fencing, restoration grazing, and road management. DFW has 1.8 full-time equivalent staff to monitor restoration grazing, manage vegetation, and maintain signage. We also restore shrub steppe and riparian habitats and construct wildlife-friendly fencing as funding allows. Interior roads are closed to motorized use to limit the spread of noxious weeds and wildlife disturbance. Species identification and harvest restriction signage throughout the property keeps the public informed of pertinent rules and regulations, and we close sensitive areas like lek and wintering habitats as needed. Though not guaranteed, DFW will be seeking $95 per acre annually for operations and maintenance funding through legislative appropriation as a maintenance level decision package known as 9B. DFW has been very successful with 9B requests over the past 5 years, and we're optimistic that we'd receive this funding amounting to about $410,000 annually to steward these lands. DFW will commit to a sustainable grazing rotation in accordance with Sage Grouse Initiative principles, which maintains healthy nesting and broodering habitat for sage and sharp-tailed grouse. We will implement a rest rotation grazing strategy with regular deferment that will maintain or improve structurally or biologically diverse shrub steppe habitat. This involves brief periods of moderate intensity grazing with up to 40% utilization and long periods of recovery. Grazing of nesting and broodering habitat will be minimized during the nesting and broodering season, as well as during the critical period for key perennial bunch grasses. Wintering habitat will be protected by limiting grazing of riparian areas during late summer when grazing is most impactful. We are partnering with Western Rivers Conservancy, who has pre-acquired one property and is helping to secure funding. We have received 4 letters of support, including from Western Rivers, TREAD, which is a local advocacy group for outdoor recreation, Pheasants Forever, and the North Central Washington Audubon Society. Ongoing research will expand into the project area to study the effectiveness of sharp-tailed grouse recovery efforts, including our annual genetics and lek surveys listed in the recovery plan. China Creek, which flows seasonally through the property, offers an excellent opportunity to construct and monitor the effects of beaver dam analogs. The potential exists for Audubon bird surveys on Big Bend to expand into this area. Project will expand recreational opportunities for big game and upland bird hunting, fishing, wildlife viewing, bird watching, hiking, horseback riding, and mountain biking in a rugged and scenic landscape. Properties would provide excellent opportunity for mule deer, turkey, waterfowl, and upland bird hunting, as well as 3.6 miles of shoreline along the Columbia River for fishing. Public access will be managed to be compatible with habitat conservation in accordance with the Big Bend Management Plan. As mentioned, limited grazing will continue on the property to support the local economy and ranchers. Our rest rotation grazing practices align with the Sage Grouse Initiative's guidelines to maintain healthy native perennial grasses and suitable habitat for both grouse species. And with that, I thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Rich. Great presentation. Thank you. Any questions for Rich on this project? Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, Rich.
Hey,
Dave. With acquisition, are there going to be, you can be able to move immediately to the rest rotation? I know with the previous acquisitions, there was just a couple of years and you guys developed a plan and then you started implementing the rest rotation grazing. Is that going to be similar here, or is that?
Yeah, I think it'd be similar. I would expect we could transition into that a little bit quicker because we've gone through it before. We're working in that area on a grazing plan that's much easier to transition or to I guess broaden the scope of that plan than it is to start a new one. So I think it would be a pretty smooth transition into that.
Okay, and then what, I got to try to figure out how to ask this, but what habitat features for sharp-tailed grouse, for example, are going to be benefit most from acquisition? What do you see, what changes, what are the impacts? What's kept the habitat from developing for sharp-tailed grouse in the past? And then what do you see happening to this project to improve it for sharp-tailed grouse in the near future?
Yeah, good question. There's some old ag fields out there that we what we've done on Big Bend in the past with those is we've gotten RCO funding to restore those ag fields. So that would be a big one. Those ag fields are going to be on the more productive, deeper soils, which can, provide that dense nesting cover for the sharptails. I think the grazing management will be a big one as well. So our ability to use those sage grouse initiative principles and that rest rotational grazing should result in improved habitat conditions over there. I think another piece of it is the ability to tap into post-fire restoration funding. So we do have an agreement with the BLM called a Good Neighbor Authority Agreement that covers us for most of Eastern Washington. And so this property does intermingle with some BLM land. So we could probably tap into those resources to do a real quick post-fire rehabilitation effort. The benefit to that is, we kind of lean on the strengths of both entities, BLM and DFW, and what we can do quickly. Because one of the big factors that's really hurt us in the past is the amount of process we have to go through to get things in line to do restoration. With being able to lean on each other, we've been able to do things really quickly, and we've had good success over the last year. We've done treatments over 1,000 acres over 3 counties. That's working really well for us.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Any more questions for Rich? And I also see Ashley and Jessica on. Hello, both of you.
Hi, guys.
Okay, any more questions? I don't see any. So I think we're good. Thank you so much for the presentation, Rich. Good to see you all.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Okay, and that brings us to our afternoon break, our first afternoon break. We are running a little bit early, so you're going to have about 20 minutes instead of just 15. And we'll be back here at 2:45 with Justin Haug from Department of Fish and Wildlife with the Blue Lake Oroville project. We'll see everybody soon. Hello, Justin.
Hey,
Good to
Karen,
see
how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. It's great to see you.
It's great to see you as well. Thank you. Looks like you have back-to-back presentations this afternoon.
I do. Yeah. At least it's not four of them like I did a few years ago.
Probably a pro at that by now.
Well, I don't need to go that far.
Regardless, we get to enjoy your beautiful photography.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so we're going to give just a couple more minutes for the just to ensure that the advisory committee members are here. This is scheduled for 2:45. I'm going to go ahead and hand over the controls to you, Justin, and then we can make sure that you have control of it. Maybe just move your mouse around. I can let you know when it shows up on this end. Some people have had to like either click or double click their mouse. There we go.
Yep, there we go.
Go ahead and try to advance slides. We'll make sure it's working for you.
I think we got it.
Looks good. Okay, we will wait just a little bit longer and we'll start right at 2:45.
Hey, Scott.
Hey, can you hear me okay? All right.
Okay, Justin, the floor is yours. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you everyone for this opportunity. My name is Justin Haug. I'm the Region 2 or North Central Washington Regional Wildlife Program Manager and presenting you today the Blue Lake Oroville project. The goal of this acquisition is to protect approximately 479 acres of shrub steppe habitat from the risk of development, and it's approximately 5 miles from the town of Oroville in northern Okanagan Valley. The project protects significant shrub steppe riparian habitats and will benefit species such as mule deer, shrub steppe obligates, and federally listed gray wolf. The area is popular for hiking, boating, camping, hunting, wildlife viewing, and this acquisition will benefit all those. The property is located just south of the Canadian border in north central Washington. You're probably approximately 4 hours from Seattle, 3.5 hours from Spokane. The project name is due to the fact that there are so many blue lakes in Okanagan County. That's why I called it Blue Lake Oroville. The property is on the far north of the county, west of Oroville and the Okanagan River. And Omak is approximately an hour to the south, and it's roughly 45 minutes from Penticton, BC. This map shows the property's relationship to other DFW managed lands. The WWRP Critical Habitat funded Similkameen Chapaka units of the Scott Creek Wildlife Area to the north and west, and the old IAC RCO funded Driscoll and Ihot Island units of the Similkameen are to the east. And then the 5,000 acre Charles Mary Eater unit can be found about 5 miles to the northeast. The approximately 480 acre property rests between our 13.5 acre Blue Lake Water Access area to the south and Washington Department of Natural Resources property to the north. If acquired, the property can be accessed by the public from either Blue Lake Road through our water access area or via Elmian Mountain Road via the 2-track road through that property. Both Blue Lake and Elmian Mountain Roads are county maintained roads. Simply put, this standalone project will protect a large, healthy patchwork of shrub steppe and riparian habitats. The project helps to implement our strategic plan by protecting key ecosystems for the long-term benefit of people and for fish, wildlife, and their habitat through acquisition and conservation. It supports the Washington Shrub Steppe Restoration and Resiliency Initiative, or WSRI, the long-term strategy by removing the threat of development, ensuring the easier movement of wildlife across the landscape. And the acquisition also supports the overarching principle within the Arid Lands Initiative that a well-connected network of lands within a core area will improve ecological functionality as the impacts of climate change become more prominent. The project also went through our Lands 2020 process, which assesses acquisition projects through a regional and statewide evaluation, public comment period, and ultimately is approved by our commission. So the property is in good ecological condition. The acquisition addresses our state wildlife action plan, or SWAP, by implementing conservation action for several of our species of greatest conservation need. And the department independent habitats such as shrub, steppe, and riparian. The plan calls out acquisition of land as an important non-regulatory tool for protecting areas with high habitat value or biodiversity. Acquisition here would be the best alternative for long-term protection and stewardship of critical habitats. Okanogan County is currently undergoing their required shoreline master plan and update, but under their current master plan, this area may be considered Fish and Wildlife Habitat Conservation Area, the area with an area that has vulnerable habitats or movement corridors. This slide illustrates the importance of the property as modeled by our WWRP strategy. In terms of ecosystem prioritization, the significant portion of the property is considered mesic or wet habitat area. This is a habitat that contains a moderate or balanced supply of moisture throughout the growing season. These core areas have the highest quality habitat, and defending this core from things like development and conversion must be the highest priority according to WWRP. You also notice the fuchsia polygons that show kind of a modeled corridor where wildlife movements are relatively barrier-free and then connect other core areas. So maintaining these linkages is important for accessing important habitat and allowing for that genetic exchange between populations, and also increasing habitat resilience and viability. This is just an illustration of where those xeric or dry habitats are. And there's definitely not a lot of prevalence here in the project area, but we'd be subsequently protecting these core areas by limiting future disturbance that could impact those on private lands and on the DNR property to the east and the north. So this acquisition would enhance protections for PHS species like mule deer, which is it's iconic in the Okanogan Valley. The area is critical for wintering mule deer populations. The species has significant tribal and recreational and economic importance, and the mule deer management plan identifies acquisition as an important tool for protection of the species. And this property contains significant PHS habitats and associated species. The species listed in our PHS list that are on this property include mule deer, golden eagles, several waterfowl species, and cavity nesting species, and a variety of game birds such as gray partridge, ruffed, and dusky grouse. There are a diversity of habitat types here as well. You can see most of the property is considered shrub steppe, but there are also numerous stringers of riparian habitat dominated by aspen and shrubs like hawthorn, serviceberry, and wild rose. You can see the upper portion of the property has ponderosa pine woodland, and there's also lakeshore and riparian habitat along the lake. And this is just an example of the shrub steppe habitat that's on the property. It's intermixed with aspen stands, and there's sporadic Douglas fir and ponderosa pines throughout the property. The shrub steppe is ecologically in good condition, with a diverse mix of native bunch grasses, forbs, and shrubs. Invasive species are limited, but like all lands in the area, they are persistent in varying degrees of infestation on this property. And the prevalence of aspen-dominated riparian habitats snaking through this property is quite unique. The habitats provide important thermal and predator cover for a variety of different species, and is home to neotropical songbirds throughout the spring and summer months. And this is just an illustration. It's kind of unique where you have the shrub steppe going down to the lake shore, and that interface remained undeveloped by development pressure, and is kind of unique for this area. Also unique is the lake itself. It's a closed basin. There's no inlet or outlet. And the chemistry of the lake is such that it supports a unique fishery of Lahontan cutthroat trout that are planted annually. And this fish is native to the Great Basin, and it can only be fished for in five other lakes in Washington State. The property's location is identified to be an important area for protecting linkages for species mobility. The map at the bottom shows modeled polygons where regional biodiversity and corridors exist. It's hard to see, but on the map on the right shows an analysis of a north-south corridor through the Okanagan Valley and how many focal species would benefit from conservation efforts of this site. And there are a number of habitats and species of greatest conservation needs here that make this project significant statewide. Habitats such as the Columbia Basin foothill riparian, the basin sagebrush steppe, aspen woodlands, east side ponderosa pine forest. And for example, the riparian woodland, there's 25 terrestrial SCGN species. In shrub steppe, there's an additional 41 CG or species of various conservation need, and then 15 others that are closely associated. So the area is very diverse in terms of habitat and species support. Some of those species include golden eagles, western gray squirrel in those forested areas, mule deer, and pollinators such as the monarch butterfly that utilize patches of milkweed you can find throughout the property here. And bird diversity is significant. There are many species of waterfowl, migratory songbirds, such as warblers, cavity nesters, and a variety of owl and raptor species. And these critical habitats are high quality. The shrub steppe is stable with a good mix of native bunch grasses and forbs, and there are minimal invasive species. The pine woodlands are mature with a good mix of age classes, and the property has minimal disturbance, both man-made and natural disturbance. There are many species rely on this healthy functional habitat, specifically shrub steppe, provide cover, nesting habitat, foraging, and breeding opportunities. Many species here are shrub steppe obligates, or those that are adapted to the habitat specifically, species like sage sparrow and sage thrasher. The property is currently managed similar to neighboring large land ownerships. They're managed as working lands, but in a sustainable manner for the most part. Keeping the property ecologically functional would benefit all those species I've discussed and many more that reside here. And shrub steppe, once covering 10 million acres in Washington State and Eastern Washington, 60 to 80% of that shrub steppe has been lost or degraded. So this illustration just shows, it's taken from WWRP. It shows us the location of the project in the red circle that's models the historic extent of shrub steppe in its current extent. So losing more habitat through conversion, development, fire, et cetera, would further put those shrub steppe dependent species at risk. So here you can see some of the development pressure in this area. The purple polygons show what county parcels, and across the lake you can see parcels have already been developed pretty significantly. In a nearby Wanacott Lake to the south, its entire eastern shoreline and northern shoreline have been chopped up into very small parcels. So zoning can always change in the future, so making this property vulnerable for future development. And protecting this property via acquisition is the best way to ensure habitat and species protection. Restoration of these habitat types is difficult, and protection through regulation isn't always adequate to preserve the ecological functionality. This project would also assist in the recovery of the federally listed gray wolf via the mule deer habitat and prey population to continue their recovery success in the area. The state endangered western gray squirrel would also benefit from protections of the ponderosa pine forest, and water birch on the property would provide endangered sharp-tailed grouse, a winter food source for dispersing birds and potentially future populations in that area. And in terms of rarity, species rarity of the property, we haven't had an opportunity to survey the entirety of the property, but there's currently a population of the rare federally threatened Utes ladies tress orchid less than a quarter mile from where this property lies. So it would be very interesting to see if this area supports a population within the boundaries. And this property also supports an extensive pollinator habitat in various species. There's a variety of native forbs, shrubs like wavy leaf thistle, milkweed, rabbit brush, scarlet gilia, balsam root that's found throughout the property to support a diverse mix of pollinators. As I mentioned before, development continues to be on the rise, putting pressure on the surrounding lands. The property possesses just sweeping views of the lake to the east and the surrounding landscape, making for desirable home locations. You can see the red box on the right, the parcels that have been broken up. And it's a dramatic landscape that would certainly attract a lot of attention for future development. Consideration of a conservation easement. The owners of the property do not currently reside here. They use it primarily for recreation. They wish to sell to DFW and hope that a conservation outcome can be reached. And a conservation easement was discussed, but the family would prefer to sell. So this property is adjacent to, as I mentioned, our Blue Lake Water access area. It's in close proximity to a number of other agency-owned lands. The acquisition will add to a long, successful history of conservation efforts in this area. It'll also be incorporated into it, probably a new unit of the Sinlaheaton Wildlife Area. There is a limited amount of shrub restoration that may be required following acquisition, but could be accomplished using our existing funds for the wildlife area. The area would be managed for the perpetuation of shrub steppe habitat. And managing recreation will be expected, as the area does see high use during the summer months and during hunting seasons in the fall. And directing the public for sustainable use of the site will be important. And just to illustrate, you can see that the property would connect our existing property to the north in blue with a large DNR parcel, or sorry, our property to the south would connect the DNR parcel to the north, making a total public protected block of around 1,000 acres for the public to enjoy. And we would implement stewardship strategies that ongoing that the Sinlaheaton Wildlife Area already is doing. Cost for controlling invasive weeds would be minimal. There aren't very many weed species there. Funding would come from existing operating dollars, which are state and federal, and we continue to implement our biological control efforts to control a number of different exotic species. And then maintaining our boundary fence along the property will also be important, as surrounding properties are grazed by cattle. Speaking of which, this area is currently grazed by cattle, and following acquisition, we will work with a local cattle owner to implement a grazing program on the site and work with neighboring landowners on those grazing related issues. And we do support working lands and will work with ranchers to implement sustainable grazing practices. And we have long-standing support for projects like this that come from local entities like the Okanagan Land Trust, regional organizations like Conservation Northwest, and our continued partnership with Okanagan County. And because of the close proximity to Orrville and the Orrville School District, in our previous partnerships in the area that includes STEM or STEAM in the field events that focus on shrub steppe and sharp-tailed grouse, we'll continue to provide those opportunities for local school districts to come out and learn about the different habitats. We also have the ecology of the Okanagan classes that come that visit our local wildlife areas. That it's mostly focused on riparian areas and salmon, but that would be another opportunity for the Okanagan School District to participate and utilize the area. And with the ease of access to this property, events like these are much more appealing and accessible to educators. And you could expect to see a lot more in the future. And in terms of recreation, this area would provide a lot of opportunities, whether it's hunting, fishing, hiking, or just enjoying the outdoors. You'll find it on this property. And I mentioned the unique fishery, but hunting big game and upland birds are also going to be very popular here. So also there was a recent WWRP SLD funded project that improved the water access site adjacent to this property, where we improved parking, boating opportunities, bird watching opportunities, and developed a nearly 1 mile loop trail above the lake. And the addition of this larger area could potentially expand those opportunities in the future. We would just have to work through our planning process to see what would be possible. In terms of resource use, there's not a lot of resource use potential on the property. The timber would have little harvest value. The grazing permit associated would benefit one local family. But continued grazing also increases support from the county and local groups advocating for working lands. DFW would implement our IPM plan for, like I mentioned, controlling those weed species. Well, that's it. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Justin. You have 7 seconds to spare, by the way.
Wow, really?
Nice work. Okay, so any questions for Justin on this project? Let's see, somebody has their hand up. There we go. How about Dave? Go ahead, Dave. Oh, you're on mute, Dave.
There we go. Didn't work first time. Hello, nice to see you guys.
Hey, Dave, nice to see you.
Can you, going to your species special status list, I just wanted to run through, make sure my understanding was correct for interpreting the status of these. So you have quite a few species, which is fantastic. And so you take a species like Western screech owl, it says occurrence says resident, and that's and it says the property. So does that mean that you know that there are screech owls on the property? Or
no, I would say that no. So they haven't. I haven't personally documented, and I haven't gotten. I mean, they don't pop on PHS, but they're known in the area, so that there was a assumption that they would be on the property.
Okay, that's how a lot of people do it. I just wanted to make sure I got that correct.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Dave. Important piece of clarification. Go ahead, Lincoln.
Yeah. Hi, Justin. Great presentation. Thanks for that. And great photos, by the way.
Thanks.
Couple of questions. One, you talked about gray wolves and talked about mule deer, and I'm assuming that there are no wolves actually on this property, and you're really talking about producing prey for wolves. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And I would say that, yeah, we haven't documented a den or a rendezvous site on this property, but I could guarantee that there's been wolves on this property. But yeah, we were talking about, yeah, the prey base and how important mule deer are for the wolves and continuing to, bolster that population in Okanagan County.
Great. The second question is, I'm just wondering what compatible grazing looks like on this property, and what you can tell me about how that would be done.
Yeah, so normally what we would want to see is some sort of a pasture rotation. So there would be we have range specialists that look at what a property can handle in terms of grades. So we usually don't. We have a utilization trigger, and then we look at it as a whole and how we would set up a grazing rotation so that we usually are resting a portion of the property while grazing the other two, and just kind of rotate around that. And being that it's such a small piece, you wouldn't expect to have a large number of animals on this property for very long. I mean, you would suspect maybe a couple, 3 weeks. It really depends on the amount. And we lean on our range specialists to kind of help us guide us through that. I will say that when we present projects to the county, that support is really, I'm not going to use the word contingent. It's expected that if we look at properties that have agriculture or grazing, that we would continue that practice. And anyway, so if that happens, it's going to be in a manner that the department feels is sustainable and leaves it in a functional state. So yeah.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome, Lincoln.
Thank you, Lincoln. Any additional questions for Justin? Okay, not seeing any. So we will move on to the next project, which is also Justin Haug at Department of Fish and Wildlife for the rendezvous conservation easements. Okay, and Justin, I will, go ahead and give that a shot. Yep, looks like you are controlling it. If you want to go ahead and try to advance, make sure you can do that.
Oh.
Looks like it took a second to catch up with you.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. Floor is yours. Thank you, Justin.
All right. Thank you very much. Justin Haug again. And I'm presenting to you today the rendezvous conservation easements. And so this project looks to protect approximately 170 acres in 4 separate parcels, comprising of a number of priority habitats such as shrub steppe and some riparian habitat, supporting priority species such as mule deer and other species of greatest conservation need, like the pygmy shorthorn lizard. These parcels provide the final pieces of kind of a cross-valley linkage for wildlife movement in the upper Methow Valley. And this linkage is crucial to the support and movement of listed species such as gray wolves, fishers, grizzly bears, and wolverine, as well as the state's largest migratory deer herd. Hold on. So here's just a map that shows where the property is. It's located in north central Washington, approximately, well, it's about 4 hours from Seattle and about 4 hours from Spokane. It's in the northern portion of the Okanagan Valley, or Methow Valley in Okanagan County, and approximately 2 miles northwest of Winthrop. And this is just a map that kind of shows properties, our properties' proximity to other, this property's proximity to other DFW managed lands. Some of our recent critical habitat acquisitions have occurred, and you can see some of those on the right-hand side of where those latest projects have been. Here again, this shows the property's relationship to our managed lands near Winthrop. The WWRP critically habitat funded Big Valley units to the south and west, and Rendezvous and Methow units to the east. So there's quite a mix of RCO funded DFW lands where these conservation easements are. And here, this shows the 4 parcels and how they rest amongst other conservation easement lands. The easement to the north actually stretches off this map much further north and neighbors U.S. Forest Service property and more DFW properties in the rendezvous. So this project helps to implement our strategic plan by protecting key ecosystems for the long-term benefit of fish and wildlife and their habitats through acquisition and conservation. It supports our WWRP long-term strategy by removing the threat of development and ensuring easier movement of wildlife across the landscape. And the project has gone through our Lands 2020 process, which assesses easement projects through a regional statewide evaluation, public input, comment, and ultimately is approved by our Fish and Wildlife Commission. So these properties are in good ecological condition, and again, this acquisition addresses our State Wildlife Action Plan, or SWAP, by implementing conservation actions for several of our species of greatest conservation need and those dependent habitats such as shrub steppe and east side riparian. The plan calls out conservation easements as an important non-regulatory tool for protecting areas with high habitat value or biodiversity. And these easements would be the best alternative for long-term protection and stewardship of critical habitats. And like I said before, Okanagan County is going through their master plan to update it, but these lands would be probably considered a wildlife habitat conservation areas that are vulnerable and have movement corridors associated with them. And so protecting habitat like this through conservation easements will support a number of recovery plans. And recovery plans such as the Lynx plan, the property is in close proximity of their recovery efforts. Fisher releases, there was one caught on camera, I don't know how many years ago, not too far from these properties, and our wolf management plan. So our restoration, our WWRP and our State Wildlife Action Plan also reference conservation easements for habitat and species protection. So the gray wolves, which are federally listed west of Highway 97, these properties are in a very active part of the area, and you can see in the red circle to the left how active wolves are in the area. The properties, they rest between the Lookout Pack territory and the Chewok Pack territory, and dispersing animals are common. To the right as well, the project is within the North Cascades Grizzly Bear Recovery Zone and could eventually support those efforts as releases are planned in the coming years. And this project benefits several species of greatest conservation need and priority habitats. Lynx, wolverine, fisher would be supported, but also a variety of pollinators like monarchs. One of those SCGN species is mule deer. This area contains the largest mule deer herd in Washington State. 80 to 90% of that herd migrates to higher elevation summer ranges in and around the Pasayten Wilderness. So mule deer they're not just an important recreational species, but they have cultural significance to local tribes and economically important to support local economies that rely on those hunters that come in every fall. And here's a map that shows approximately where the properties are in blue and how they're important stopover locations within that migratory corridor into the higher elevations, into the Pasayten Wilderness and beyond. And so this map is another illustration of what you just saw, those collared deer locations and how the properties are related to those corridors. So you can see that those properties or these properties lie within a really important area for those migrating deer. And when they winter, they're found in and around these four properties. So there are a number of habitats and species of greatest conservation need that make up this property. Two of which, the Columbia Basin foothill riparian woodland, they support 25 terrestrial species of greatest conservation need, and then 10 closely associated species, and shrub steppe, it's an additional 41 SGCN species with 15 closely associated other SGCN species. So this 170 or so acres is very important for a whole lot of important species. Those are golden eagle and who occupy the area in the known foraging area here, and reptiles like the pygmy shorthorn lizard in the upper right the area is known for high concentrations of a diverse number of reptile species, and maybe Scott can touch on some of those at the end. There are a diversity of habitat types. I mentioned the shrub steppe and the riparian, but there's also a little bit of ponderosa pine habitat mixed in here, and this cliff habitat that in the upper left that supports peregrine species like peregrine and prairie falcons, and nesting opportunity for swallows and swifts. So a diverse mix of habitats. And here's just an example of what that shrub steppe habitat looks like in the rendezvous. And it's, like I said, it's in ecologically good condition with a diverse mix of bunch grasses, native bunch grasses, forbs, and shrubs. And the invasive species here, they're there, but in varying degrees of infestation throughout the 4 parcels. And I mentioned the cliffs and canyon that they provide, a lot of habitat for a variety of bird species, swallows, swifts, bats, that potentially roost in these rock crevices. And because this is such an important corridor migratory or migratory area, just another illustration that shows the importance of protecting these linkages for species mobility. In this example, it's mule deer, collared mule deer data. The map on the left shows the data of animals moving across the landscape and where these corridors exist. The 4 parcels that are located within that red square on both maps. On the right, it shows those winter ranges and stopover locations that have been identified through this data. So these properties provide crucial habitat for all aspects of their biology. Because they're cool, there's all kinds of reptiles here, shorthorn lizards, sagebrush lizards, perhaps, and snakes, garter, yellow belly racers, rattlesnakes, gopher snakes, and my favorite, the rubber boa. And so there's statewide significance, this project reflected just in the number of SGCN species associated with the parcels. And again, shrub steppe, that provides habitat in a corridor for the largest mule deer herd we have in Washington. And again, just a variety of PHS species, cavity nesters, burrowing animals like badger, western gray squirrel, maybe in those little pine pockets we see, golden eagle, it's a foraging area, and lots of pollinators that enjoy the diversity of the forbs and shrubs there. I'm a bird person, and bird diversity here is also significant, with many species of raptors, migratory songbirds, like warblers, cavity nesters, and owl and other raptors. And again, these habitats are in good condition. The shrub steppe is stable with a good mix of bunch grasses and forbs, with some invasives mixed in. Many of these species rely on functional habitat, like shrub steppe, that provide cover, nesting habitat, foraging area, and breeding opportunity. Many species here are shrub steppe obligate species, or those that are adapted to that habitat specifically. And those, like I mentioned in the last presentation, like sage thrasher, sage sparrow. And some of these slides will look familiar, but shrub steppe is getting smaller. There's a 60 to 80% reduction in shrub steppe in eastern Washington. And this is taken from the RISRI strategy. It just shows the location of the project and the modeled historic and current extent of shrub steppe. So losing more habitat through conversion, development, and fire just further puts pressure on these shrub steppe dependent species. And the threats to this habitat is for here is development for sure. Development is probably the greatest threat to this habitat in this area, with the population in the valley increasing and the demand for new residential opportunities on the rise. And here you can see just the number of structures that surround these parcels, and zoning can always change in the future. It just makes this property more vulnerable to development. And this is just to kind of show, you know, when mule deer are moving from the valley to higher elevations, and these conservation easements will provide an effective tool for conserving these habitats. You know, it just improves the linkages between protected lands and provide, you know, greater conservation potential for listed species such as the gray wolf. And these easements are important as they protect just this low elevation habitat, which is a very limiting factor for that's critical for species here. And there are multiple plans that identify protection through conservation easements as an important tool for connectivity. And we also work closely in partnership with with local land trusts to make those conservation efforts happen. And so these easements would assist in the recovery of the feathered listed gray wolf by protecting this mule deer habitat and providing that prey resource in the recovery area. The endangered gray squirrel could also benefit from the protection of those small patches of ponderosa pine as well. So the gray wolf in the nearby, you know, Lookout and Chewok Pack play an important ecological role in the project area as it relates to that predator-prey dynamic between, you know, mule deer, elk. There aren't very many elk, but that prey base and the reduction or loss of the habitat, you know, could have detrimental effects on several other species as well. And this project, you know, doesn't single out an individual species known anyway that has taxonomic distinction for protection, but this project is rare and unique in that the properties are within this migratory corridor for this large mule deer herd, and it conserves those key habitats within those ranges of those listed species, like gray wolves and lynx and potentially the grizzly bear in the future. And, you know, these parcels have a lot of pollinator habitat, native forbs like Kalima, aster, wild rose, buckwheat, balsam root, lots of flowering species here. Native bees, flies, and butterflies, they use all those species in shrubs found on the property. So it's very important for local pollinators. And as I mentioned before, development continues to be on the rise, putting pressure on these lands. There are several suitable building sites within these parcels with sweeping views of the valley below, making them very desirable. And so the image on the left shows the current pressure on the parcels above those ones in this project. And then the picture on the right just shows the neighboring development on our rendezvous unit of the Methow Wildlife Area just down the road. And it just illustrates the popularity and the breakup of some of this area. And so, yeah, well, consideration of conservation easements. Yeah, the owners communicated with DFW staff, each of them, that they would like a conservation easement, and there are many CEs existing in the neighborhood and throughout the valley, potentially, you know, making these landowners, you know, more aware and wanting that conservation outcome for themselves. And they're perpetual, the conservation easement. They follow the property through time. Development will not occur following the completion of a project like this. And we can guide landowners to implement known restoration strategies where applicable and provide resources to help protect a lot of the species we talked about here today. And so these conservation easements would add to a long, very long, successful history of conservation efforts in this area that spans decades, that Scott can attest to, responsible for a lot of this. The parcels are located within that black box you see on the map, and it will connect two large existing conservation easements and forever protect those lands all the way from Highway 20 north to U.S. Fish and Wildlife or U.S. Forest Service lands in higher elevations to the north. In terms of stewardship, we would outline to each landowner, kind of strategies that they could implement similar to what we use on the Met Howe Wildlife area. And we'd help facilitate weed control efforts, suggest removing some infrastructure or maintaining infrastructure for other reasons, and support their desire to improve habitat, and suggest potential projects ourselves, and guide those landowners to find funding to address some of those management concerns. And so each parcel currently has some level of grazing and horses for the most part. And so we'll work with each landowner to determine a sustainable approach to continue grazing as part of their CE and draft grazing management plans for each of those landowners. And so this is one of a long-standing support that we get from local entities such as the Met Howe Conservancy, the Met Howe Valley Citizens Council, and the Mule Deer Foundation that supports our efforts to protect this very critical migratory corridor and linkage for this important mule deer herd. And so we've been partnering. So us and partnering staff will continue to study the use of the mule deer behavior in the area via that collar data and other means. And then our Scott, our local district wildlife biologist, holds his annual Snake Day, I hope that's the right title, on the properties, and provides local school students an opportunity to learn about reptiles in the area. And it's really cool. And we would suspect more partnerships like this, continued partnerships with these landowners, and potential surveys of the properties to see, what else is, important and how we can protect those resources. And, part of the conservation easement, the public would not have access. So, public recreation wouldn't be a part of this, but, the properties would enhance adjacent recreation through protection just by keeping a large open landscape that, people, can enjoy. And, local leaders and local governments value working lands, and keeping these properties as such benefit the local ranch community here, and managing them in a sustainable way. And we'll help these landowners in that effort. And that's it. Any questions?
All right, thank you very much, Justin.
Mm-hmm.
Another great presentation with beautiful pictures. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any questions for Justin? Lincoln. You are on mute, Lincoln. There you go.
Got it. Just wondering about the conservation easements. I noted that one of the properties seems to have a residence on it. And what's going to be involved in the other conservation easements? Will they completely eliminate development and subdivision, or have you spelled that out yet?
We haven't spelled that out yet. I would anticipate that they would not be seeking to develop it in that fashion, but we haven't gotten in that kind of detail with what that would look like. There are a lot of conservation easements that and most of them are larger scale conservation easements where they identify areas that they can develop. Because these are so small, I don't know that that's going to be the case, but we haven't dug into that aspect yet.
May chime in just a little bit, Justin. One of the easements, I think the largest of the ones we're considering here, would be in addition to an existing conservation easement. So I would not anticipate a home site being reserved on that one. And as Justin said, the others are small enough pieces that I'd be surprised if there were any home sites involved in the CDs.
Scott.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that question. John, go ahead.
So first of all, I want to congratulate, thank whoever came up with that idea of Snake Day or whatever it's called. What a great alternative to other places in the country where they still have kind of open, go out and kill as many rattlesnakes as you can. So good job. And I should have asked this question because it really applies to all DFW proposals, but do you regularly have any sort of either public hearing or public meeting about these projects, or do you sort of cover that more general public input in some other way?
Yeah, thanks, John. So through our internal process, or Lands 2020 process, there is a public component to that. So we internally look at projects, and then throughout the steps, we advertise them, I guess. I don't know how best to put it, on our website. The public has a chance to comment. We gather comments, and then we go through a series of other steps that culminates into a meeting with our Fish and Wildlife Commission that thumbs up, thumbs down, or they vote on, moving forward with an acquisition or an easement. So in our internal process, there's a public outreach component.
So, but are those comments are compiled and presented in some fashion, maybe just summary to the commission?
That's, you know what, I'm not sure. I want to say they are. Karen probably knows.
Justin, you do have Lisa Kaufman on the line with you. So Lisa, if you want to unmute yourself and answer that, I'm sure that would be helpful.
Sure, John. So the Lands 2020 process, towards the end of it, has a minimum of a 3-week public review. All of the projects are posted on our website. All comments come into email boxes, and they are compiled and separated by project type and by the projects individually themselves. At the very end of that process, the projects themselves and all the comments are presented to our commission, and the commission reviews Lands 2020, and based on their review of Lands 2020, our director approves or not each project to move forward to the funding process.
Okay, can you just characterize, do you get a lot of comments submitted through that process, or does it vary tremendously by project?
It does. It varies tremendously by project, and as you can imagine, by location.
Yep.
Some projects I have seen hundreds. Some projects may have 3.
Okay. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Sean.
Thank you for that clarification, Lisa. Any additional questions for Justin before we go on our last break of the afternoon? Okay, I'm not seeing any additional ones, Justin. Thank you again.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, great to see you. Okay.
Good to see you too, and thank you everybody for the opportunity to present, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks, and thanks for being on, Scott and Lisa. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Okay, and that brings us to our last afternoon break. We will come back at 4 o'clock. So we've got about a 20-minute break. And when we come back, we will be with Fraser Moore from Blue Mountain Land Trust with the Jasper Mountain Reserve Project. So we will see everybody back here in about 20 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, Karen, can you take a quick question?
You bet.
Hey, I got a little click happy earlier today and I clicked on the recuse thing on Klickitat County for my evaluation area, and it time-stamped it, but then I unclicked it. I just want to make sure that it doesn't show me as recused on number one. I don't know. It seems like a little bit of it seems like a flaw maybe in the program, but I don't know.
But you did not submit your scores to RCO yet, is that right?
No, but I can. I'm ready to do it.
You are, okay, let's ask Tessa that question.
Do you know what I mean though? There's just that little, if you clicked on I recuse myself, it then puts a timestamp and your name over on the right-hand side. But when I unclicked it, that did not disappear. So I'm only, maybe it's not relevant.
So when you recuse yourself, when you click the recuse button, all of the, your ability to put scores in those boxes, they gray out. So were you able to put your scores in boxes? Okay, you should be fine, but let's loop around with Tessa ahead of time to just.
Do you want me just to submit or should I wait?
If you're ready to, then that should be fine. But I think that Tessa will be on during the debrief this evening, so we could certainly ask her as well.
Do we have one more? Do we have another?
Have one more, yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it on the schedule. Maybe I wasn't listening.
Yeah, we have one more at 4 o'clock, and then that's the last one, and then we have the wrap up.
Okay, thanks, Karen.
Yes, you bet. You're welcome. Okay, and I believe we have Fraser on the line.
Yep, can you hear me, Karen?
I sure can. Hello, Fraser, how are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you all for joining us so late in the day. I know it's been 2 very full days, so appreciate you sticking around.
Very interesting projects. Okay, Fraser, so I'm going to go ahead and I am going to hand controls over to you. If you want to just start moving your mouse around, I can let you know when there we go. I can see it on the screen. And then it looks like you can advance your slides.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Seems like there's a bit of a delay, but I got it.
Yeah, that's great. Sometimes it takes a little bit to catch up. We'll go ahead and wait until 4 o'clock since that's when I let evaluators know that we were going to be starting, just to make sure everybody's back online. And we're there. Okay. So we are back with our last presentation of the day in the critical habitat category of the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program. We have with us Fraser Moore, who is going to be presenting the Blue Mountain or the Jasper Mountain Reserve project for the Blue Mountain Land Trust. And Fraser, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you all for joining me today. My name is Fraser Moore. I'm the Conservation Manager at Blue Mountain Land Trust, and really excited today to talk to you about Jasper Mountain Reserve acquisition. So just waiting for the slide to catch up. So starting with kind of a statewide scale, this property is in southeastern Washington. It's right in kind of the corner of the state on the east side. And what you see here is the Columbia River, and then the Snake River kind of further north of this property. This entire region is known as the Columbia Plateau, which you can see better on this map, which then transitions into the Blue Mountains. And I'll be talking about how that transitional zone from the Columbia Plateau into the Blue Mountains is really important, contains a lot of biodiversity, and what makes this project specifically unique. This property is about 44 minutes from Walla Walla, which is located right around here. And that is the region's largest population base at about 34,000 people. This property, as I mentioned, is about 44 minutes from Walla Walla, which you can see down here. It's about 15 minutes from Dayton, Washington, directly north over here. The property is about 327 acres, which is directly contiguous with the Confederate Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation's rainwater wildlife area. And that rainwater wildlife area is then contiguous with the Umatilla National Forest, which is a huge national forest in southeast Washington. And so in total, this project is going to protect about 8,700 privately and federally and tribally protected areas connecting to that Umatilla National Forest. So really protecting a large regional land base, which is super important. And our project goals are to conserve state priority habitats, particularly Eastside steppe habitat, protect sagebrush steppe biodiversity corridor, and I'll be going into that and WDFW's amazing work in determining where biodiversity corridors are, enhancing habitat for endangered and listed species, and connecting communities to nature through education, volunteer stewardship, and recreation. We estimate that the property is worth about $3.1 million, and we are requesting from the Critical Habitat Program half of that, $1.55 million, with the landowner providing 50% match. Blue Mountain Land Trust, as the project sponsor, will become the landowner after acquisition, and the landowner is expecting to maintain a life estate to continue to live on the property and steward it until their passing. This area is a hotspot for a number of action plans. So in Blue Mountain Land Trust, we have a number of conservation priorities, and we've generated a scoring criteria based off this. This property scores really highly on our conservation scoring criteria, and that's because it has priority habitats and species. It has a number of species within the State Wildlife Action Plan. It has a state endangered species, the ferruginous hawk, in addition to wolves. And it also is modeled as a zone for shrub steppe and eastside steppe, according to the Priority Habitats and Species Technical Report. So thinking really big picture, this area and this property in particular is really important for all these different aspects that I've just mentioned. And going into some really cool data, this map shows wildlife connectivity in our service area. The black data layer that's shown here is the Washington Priority Habitats and Species Columbia Plateau Connectivity and Habitats. Essentially, these are the critical areas to protect within Washington for their biodiversity and connectivity features. In blue, this is the Oregon alternative devised by Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the purple are the wilderness areas. The orange area, which is outlined in black, is the Blue Mountain ecoregion. And there's a really interesting relationship that I'd like to highlight. On the west side are the Cascade Mountains, and on the east side are the Rocky Mountains. And what's really unique about the Blue Mountains is they actually connect the Cascade Mountains to the Rocky Mountains. And this is really important for species migration. Due to climate change and global warming, species are going to move from southern latitudes to northern latitudes and really use mountain ranges as their center points for movement. They like to travel up mountain ranges because they're less developed than the Columbia Plateau, for example. And so what this relationship shows is that the Blue Mountains is a mega corridor for wildlife connectivity. The Blue Mountains is pretty understudied. It's super rural, and a lot of the focus of ecological study has been in the Rocky Mountains or on the west side of Oregon and Washington. But recently in the literature, as of 2018, this area has come under a lot of academic focus for its ability in contributing to wildlife connectivity. Focusing in on Jasper Mountain Reserve in particular, what you can see is that the property boundary is outlined in red here, and it is within this yellow area, which is a Columbia Plateau biodiversity corridor. So these biodiversity corridors connect biodiversity areas and are really important for maintaining genetic diversity for species between these biodiversity areas. The property is 327.49 acres that connects to the Confederate Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation's 8,441 acre property. So this parcel is adding to previously tribally protected areas, then connecting to the Umatilla National Forest to the south and east. And I'm going to be talking a lot about this uniqueness and significance of the property. And as I mentioned right from the outset, this property is in that transitional zone from the Columbia Plateau to the Blue Mountains. And that is really unique and really important. What you can see here is that low elevations are in blue and high elevations are in red. You can see the Snake River to the north, this kind of beautiful braiding river that then hits the Columbia River and travels south and west towards Hood Canal. And this river system is known as the Touchy River drainage, which feeds into the Columbia River. The property that we're interested in, Jasper Mountain Reserve, is in the North Touchy drainage, and the east side of the property drains into the North Touchy. What you can see outlined in green here is that transition between the Columbia Plateau and the Blue Mountains. Transitional zones in ecology are really important because they provide edge habitats for multiple different species to thrive. So on this property, we have some kind of unique Blue Mountains ecotypes such as ponderosa pine, which are not found down in the Columbia Plateau, but then also Columbia Plateau ecosystems such as sagebrush, which are often not found up in the high elevations of the Blue Mountains. So this transitional zone is really important. And at Blue Mountain Land Trust, we're often really interested in properties in this transition. Zooming into the property specifically, you can start to see some of that relationship unfold. On this kind of lighter color is lots of grassland, and this dark green color is evergreen forest. What you can see is this brown color. This is actually all cultivated crop. And if you've ever been to Eastern Washington, you'll know that the Palouse Prairies and the Walla Walla region is really covered in wheat in particular, which is great from an agricultural standpoint, but a lot of that natural habitat has been converted. And so this property is really at kind of that precipice of that land transition from natural to agricultural, which makes maintaining this parcel and the biodiversity that's contained in these areas even more important. Zooming into the property specifically, you start to see an interesting relationship. The west side of the property, you see a lot of this evergreen forest, and the east side of the property, there's this herbaceous, which is basically a grassland, this scrub, which is a transition between the grassland and this evergreen forest. You start to see that transition here. You see that grassland, you can't really see the scrub, but then you see those big trees in that in the north-facing slope. What's really unique about the Blue Mountains is that they have these really distinct north and south-facing slope aspects. The south-facing slope is characterized by being more exposed to sun, and so there's less moisture that's retained in soils, and it's more conducive for grassland. The north-facing slopes, which you can see over here and over here, have much more moisture and much more conducive for forest growth. So you can see that transitioning occurring here. This is kind of a scrub line right on the edge of this picture here, transitioning into forest, with then this beautiful western meadowlark standing on a fence pole that's in that kind of really dry, open grassland area. On the west side of the property, and then in this imagery map that really demonstrates that, you can see these south-facing slopes are really dry, really open, not many trees, and then the north side of the slope is where a lot of those trees are. And this area contains a ton of biodiversity because you have those constant transitions. You have habitat for, open grassland species, but then really dense closed canopy forest species, all in a really condensed area. On the west side of the property is really tangibly different. It's much flatter. It's a lot more moist. there's a lot more closed canopy ponderosa pine, woodland, and mixed conifer forest in this area. And with these additional kind of light gap areas, these are areas where the soil types are different, and there's slightly less moisture, it's less conducive for tree growth, but it creates this beautiful edge habitat. You can see this lupin thriving in that kind of dappled shade between the ponderosa pine and then the more dry grassland area. Here again, you can see that in the imagery. On this west side of the property, this is a lot of ponderosa pine within these light gaps, creating really interesting biodiversity, and importantly, a lot of cultural diversity. There's a lot of really important first foods such as camas, particularly in these two open areas over here, and also a lot of shrubs and berry bushes in the kind of forest gap areas and in that transitional zone from the dry grasslands to closed canopy forest. So broadly speaking, we have kind of two community types. We have the east side of the property, which has that kind of shrub steppe, herbaceous grassland, and then the west side of the property, which has more of the ponderosa woodland and conifer forest, which you can see here. And this map is really kind of hard to interpret, so I'm going to walk everyone through this. This is kind of demonstrating the biodiversity that's contained in this map, and it's actually interesting. I see my slides slightly mixed up there, but this sort of light blue, this color here that you see a lot of, this is ponderosa pine, woodland, and savanna from Landfire data in 2023, which is really high quality, high detail land cover data. And so you can see that ponderosa pine woodland really dominates the west and is somewhat present on the east. The next most common ecotype is the dry mesic montane mixed conifer forest. This is still dominated by ponderosa, that's the dominant species, but then it's mixed in with Douglas fir, western larch, and grand fir. And you see that particularly on these north-facing slopes, which I've mentioned earlier. What's interesting to note is that there's this riparian shrubland, which is where there's a lot of aspen, and aspen are really amazing biodiversity trees that are contained here, in addition to this introduced annual grassland on the south-facing slope. That's going to be a management item that I talk about later in the presentation. And then these kind of darker brown orangey colors, which are that existing shrub steppe and big sagebrush steppe habitats. And you can see that right along the transition again between the north-facing slope and the south-facing slope. The big takeaway from this map, all those different pixel cells really show how much biodiversity is contained in this area. You're just within a really small area. You have, I think, 8 different big sort of species types or community types, which support a lot of different species. And so focusing a bit on the quality of each habitat type, the more herbaceous grassland shrub steppe habitat has had a history of grazing. The property changed ownership in 2006, but prior to that, there was a lot of grazing done on the property, and that's led to a lot of encroachment of annual grasses, which I previously mentioned in that last map. But then also, it seems like there might have been some sagebrush removal to make more space for grassland. So as a result, I would categorize this part of the property as being in recovery. They've been cattle being excluded for the last 18 years from the property. And in those last 18 years, there's been a large recovery as a result. And so while there still is the presence of those annual invasive grasses, there's a really good structural mix of native forbs that are present. Management actions on this east side include sagebrush reestablishment and treatment of annual invasive grasses in particular. The west side of the property was heavily logged in around the 2000s. So in the last 24 years, the property has recovered a lot again. And the landowners have specifically managed for stand diversity and have pre-commercially thinned 70 acres presently. Additional management actions include continued thinning, rose understory treatment, and increased structural complexity by replanting mixed species and not just ponderosa. Here you see that riparian shrubland or scrubland, and these are the aspen that are present on the property. And we'd like to do additional aspen recruitment and release of aspen in particular. So where they're being encroached by ponderosa pine, to take away this ponderosa pine and really stimulate these aspen, which are associated with a lot of sapsucker birds and lots of insects in particular. The aspen are great, and we want to increase their abundance. So within those community types, we have these general kind of non-tree dominated types, which are that big sagebrush steppe and Columbia Basin foothill and canyonland dry grassland, and introduced annual grasslands. Those are the kind of the three big non-tree dominated community types. And within the tree dominant community types, we have ponderosa pine woodland, mixed conifer forest, and montane riparian woodland. And those 6 community types contain a lot of biodiversity and lots of listed species. So here are the priority species that are present on the property, and I'm going to focus each one in a fair amount of detail. On the bird side, I've broken this down into breeding birds and then into hunting birds. Breeding birds are defined by their ability to nest on the property. A lot of these birds are specifically tied to ponderosa pine woodlands. That's the case for flammulated owl, which really loves to nest in ponderosa. I also just think that's such a cute picture, and I think the owls or owlets are adorable. The Lewis's woodpecker really loves snags in particular. They're super insectivorous, which means that they love to hunt insects. And insects love snags because as the tree is dying, a lot of the insects invade, and those Lewis's woodpeckers attack those insects voraciously. They also nest in ponderosa pine, and so that woodland structure really complements this bird's range. Mountain quail often ground nesting, so they don't nest up in the trees, but they really like the scrubland and the shrubland that's created in ponderosa pine woodlands. And they thrive on both sides of the property. Western bluebird is also pretty common, and all of these species have been documented on the property. The landowners are voracious birders, and so they were very keen to provide this list of really cool birds on the property. But none of these birds have had documented nesting. They just have potential nesting on the property. But the bird I'd like to focus on particularly is the great gray owl. This bird is super rare in the state of Washington. It is much more common in northern latitudes up in Canada and Alaska, where the bird's range is primarily in kind of boreal forests of single stand, evergreen forests, and lots of snow. It's much colder. The ecosystem that they like to thrive in. And these owls rely on boreal forests for breeding, which is essentially stimulated or simulated on the west side of the property due to the single age ponderosa. And so the WDFW estimates there are only actually 100 individuals in the state of Washington, limited to 20 to 40 territories in the state. And so these birds are super rare, and it's really cool to have them in our region. And as a result, the landowners have constructed 3 nesting sites for the birds. And I don't think one is in use presently, but has been in use. So one of those nesting structures has been in use. And what's interesting is this bird actually does not make its own nest, but colonizes the nests of birds that have created the nest, such as an osprey, for example. And so the landowners hope to have breeding pairs very presently.
Fraser, I did want to mention that we are actually at time.
Oh.
Yeah, that was the 20 minutes. So if you wanted to go ahead and just quickly wrap up the rest of the criteria, I just want to make sure the evaluators have time to ask you questions as well.
Thank you. I thought I had 25 minutes to finish this, so I apologize for that. Okay, I'm gonna have to run up really quickly, so bear with me as I speed through this. I will focus a little bit on, so all of these birds, again, have some habitat component that the property really supports. The ferruginous owl, which is a state endangered bird, is significantly threatened, particularly on private lands. And so this property really sustains these birds. In addition, there's a resident wolf pack, and wolves are frequently sighted on the property. The property is winter range for elk and is identified by WWRP as being high concentration calving and winter range for elk in particular, which are food for wolves, and that's why this Tushy wolf pack is present in the area. Let's keep going. Primary threat includes forest change. There's been large wildfires in the areas, and so we're really interested in managing for fire resiliency. In addition, though, the shrub steppe has been significantly degraded since non-native settlement. 80 to 90% of the shrub steppe has been lost. Since non-native settlements in the last 50 years, 30 to 50% of the east side steppe has been lost, and remaining populations are in peril to declining. So these data show that maintaining the region's regional biodiversity areas on private lands are super important, highlighting the importance of acquisitions. And because this area is within this biodiversity corridor, it makes it particularly important. I'm going to skip over that slide. I've mentioned a number of these restoration actions, but I want to quickly talk about tribal consultation. We are in consultation with the Tribal Resources Department. We want to understand the C2YR's objectives for land acquisition in this area and this property specifically, but we have not had the opportunity to meet with natural resources staff. And so we will keep RCO engaged as we develop that relationship further. The one final aspect that I really want to mention is the recreational, educational, and sort of community benefit components. This property is 44 minutes from Walla Walla, and this region has a real lack of public access to nature. And because the landowners have constructed 13 miles of trails, and Blue Mountain Land Trust volunteers have lodged over 19,000 trail stewardship hours and educated 500 families in 2023 alone, we're really excited for this property to become a center for our education and recreation outreach. And so we're ready to take on this property, and we're really excited for the multi-benefits it can have. I apologize for messing up on the time there, but I'm happy to field any questions at this point.
Okay, thank you very much, Fraser. Questions from evaluators for Fraser on this project? Go ahead, Alexander.
Hi, Fraser. I just have a really quick question, just for some clarification on the northern gray owl. Do you know if the property owners are aware of any successful breeding on the site? I know you mentioned that they built the nests and stuff, but I don't know if you mentioned whether they have been used.
So I have had conflicting information from the landowners about whether the sites have been used presently. They're definitely nesting in the area, and they have identified owlets that have successfully been breeding. And so the owls are directly in that region, and local ecologists such as Mike Denny have helped the landowners prescribe these owl nesting structures, and they are up to Cornell Ornithology lab requirements for those owls. So they're expecting any year to have an owl present in them, but I do not know. I can't say for certain if an owl has been present. I think the landowner told me that once, but then when I followed up, they said that they weren't there presently.
Got it. Thank you. And I just have one more quick follow-up. And just to confirm then, so there is, though, a breeding population present in the area then?
There is a breeding population present in the area.
Got it. Thank you.
Right. How about Lincoln, John, and then Heather?
Thanks for the presentation. That was great. I just want to focus a little bit on the management side of things, because I think that kind of got truncated a bit. So I'm wondering if you can elaborate more on what you're thinking in terms of managing. And you said there it was grazed in the past and logged in the past, and what kind of restoration efforts you really need to undertake.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that question. And that was part of the presentation that I most truncated. So I would say on the east side, there's presence of annual invasive grasses, still really good structural diversity of native forbs, but we'd really look to target treatment of those annual invasive grasses and reseeding of native forbs and grasses in particular. That's being done on the rainwater wildlife area. And so we're kind of looking to use that as a model for success if that's applicable. And then on the west side, which is more heavily forested, we're looking to design a patchwork of forestry practices that sustain species. So maintaining more large untreated areas for that great gray owl, for the nesting in particular, but then doing commercial and pre-commercial thinning to create half-acre forest edge habitats, and then specifically managing stands for fire resilience. And we have a forester on staff at Blue Mountain Land Trust, and we were actually out on the property on Monday thinking about what treatment could be applied to the forest. And one other thing I just wanted to add was the stock ponds that are present are actually a really interesting relationship about that prior land use. On that mountainside, on Jasper Mountain, there actually isn't much perennial water. And so those stock ponds, because there's so much snow in the area, they actually have perennial water year round. And so they are a concentration for birds and for big game in particular. We saw bear scat. And so another restoration action is to continue to try rehabilitate those stock ponds to sustain the species that use them presently, but then also to try and increase the biodiversity that the property contains.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Lincoln. Go ahead, John.
So first, I'll apologize. I think I left my camera on and the mic on, so I hope I wasn't a distraction. But early on, Fraser, I think you mentioned, and I just want to clarify that the current landowner is donating the match, which is half the cost. Is that correct?
Correct.
Wow, that's a great landowner to work with.
Yeah, they're high income landowners, so they're hoping to use the match as tax deductions. Sure. So we are excited to work with them.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead, Heather.
Sorry about that. My internet connection is just that it's unstable, so it's kind of a little sensitive. So I hope this gets through. You touched on the threats of shrub steppe in general, or these particular habitat types in the area. For this particular landowner, can you speak a little bit more about what could happen if this property wasn't put into conservation through this program?
Yeah, really appreciate that question. That was another area that I had to truncate, so I apologize for that. The present landowner they would love to donate it to a family member or pass it on to a family member, but don't have anyone that can actually viably manage the property, which is why they brought Blue Mountain Land Trust in. This area has seen an increased focus in logging and also solar and wind development. And so there is a definite risk of development from natural habitat into more extractive uses. This area is being commercially logged for the last 100 years. And so logging is another definite use and definite threat of development. But the final one is urban or semi-urban development. There's been a lot of cabin development right south of Dayton, kind of utilizing the beautiful frontage of the Blue Mountains right in that transitional zone. And so the property directly north, the parcel directly north, actually sold early this year, end of last year, I'm forgetting the exact date, for $150,000, and it was just 15 acres. So there's a definite move to develop this area from natural habitat into either solar, wind, urban residential, or extractive uses such as logging.
Thank you for that, Heather.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, Fraser, thank you so much for the presentation. I thought it was really good. The tribe, they have this large wildlife area next door. Is it managed? Why do they have it? Why is it there? And how long has it been there? And yeah, what did they do there?
Thank you for that question. So I'll preface this by saying I'm a non-tribal member, and my understanding of the tribal rainwater wildlife area is as a natural resources professional, and I do not represent the tribe in what I'm about to say. So my understanding of tribal acquisition priorities is they identified this area as being the tribal rainwater wildlife area as being the headwaters of the North Tushi River, which has a number of listed species. In addition, it is in pretty good condition. So there are a lot of cultural first foods in particular, and lots of amazing hunting opportunities. It's about an hour and a half to 2 hours from the reservation boundary itself. And so it has a natural resources staff member that actually lives on site, and tribal members utilize the property for cultural uses, and it's maintained as a really critical area for conservation because of that amazing fish value. So I think it has, I would need to double check this, but I know there's steelhead, I know there's Chinook salmon in that watershed, and I think there might be bull trouts in addition. So that's why the tribe bought the property, and we are interested in expanding that natural protected area and are in consultation with them to try to understand their priorities in that region and what their opinions are about this property in particular.
So you don't have their support yet for your acquisition, but you're trying to get that. You're in the process of seeking that now.
Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you,
Thank
Dave.
you.
All right, any additional questions for Fraser? Okay, I am seeing none. Thank you very much for your presentation, Fraser. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you all. Apologize for truncating the presentation, and hope you all have lovely days.
You as well. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Okay, and that was the last presentation. So for those of you who have been watching, that was the 2024 evaluation meeting for the critical habitat category of the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program. We are finished with today's evaluations where state agencies and nonprofit land conservancies have presented project proposals for funding in this grant category to acquire and conserve habitat land in Washington state. The governor and legislature will consider funding these projects during the 2025 legislative session. The next evaluation meeting will be tomorrow when project proposals in the state parks category of the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program will be evaluated. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and our grants available in Washington state, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. And thank you so much for joining us.